Okay, I think everything's all set up. Okay, now everything's all set up. So I'm gonna try to like finish the Easter egg minigame right now to the point where I can leave it alone for several weeks, months, or forever and be happy with it. The only thing I'll probably leave out after today, once I'm done, quote unquote completing it, is a way to initiate the minigame, because right now we don't have villagers. So maybe I'll work on that after and we'll have villagers and then have the whole dialogue thing working, but we will see. So I have this file open for doing that kind of stuff. I want to create a model for our like goal egg, right? So if I get that MS Paint drawing up again, let me do that. This guy here, right? Hold on, there we go. So I probably am only going to have it so you paint one egg, I think, but we will see. So I need to have it so like you have a flat version, right, and not 3D version. I think I'm going to generate a 3D model and then just scale it down 0 and not have any physics on it or anything. And I think that'll work okay, I hope. Yeah, that should work. So I think that's how I'm going to do that. And then we need to have like a book model probably. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to have it all look. Maybe it'll be like on a sticky note or something, or a little tiny drawing pad. I don't know. But I guess I need some sort of text in game that says make these eggs, which kind of sucks because my text texture is currently broken. So there's that. Also, for the paint colors, I'm mostly happy with it. I'm fine with it. They're just like spheres, right, that swap your paint color. I like the idea of not really these like bucket type things, but kind of like the like old school like ink vials, that are like kind of like this shape that I'm drawing really terribly, which might not make a whole lot of sense for paint, but I don't know, I think it would look cool. I don't know why I'm drawing out the inside like that, but that's the the split side view of it, and then like this part is filled with paint like that. I mean, that would probably look cooler. Since everything's so top down though, you probably wouldn't end up seeing most of that. So, I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, definitely have the flat goal version of the egg, have the goal version of the egg switch based off the initialization of the minigame. We need to create an exit function for the minigame. But I definitely want to just make a flattened physics-free version of it. So that's what we'll start out with. So patterns are defined somewhere, kind of in a silly spot. Okay, here's our patterns. This is where we're creating a bunch of paint entity. No, not that. I don't think it's those. No. Where are we creating our eggs? Here. I'm gonna also probably bring down the amount of eggs that get spawned to 3, and maybe I'll throw some other like decorative clutter in there. I'm not really sure, but we'll have 3 eggs to start off with. I don't know why I adjusted defined out of the for loop. That's a bit silly. Not that it really matters. There's not really a lot of overhead to anything going on, but that makes a little bit more sense. Since there's only 3, it'll only use these 3. That's okay. But yeah, that should be fine. I'll leave all of them here in case I decide 3 is too few or whatever. But I'll probably have some other decorative objects like carrots or something that just are there to be physics bodies to kind of get in the way anyway, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I want to look at the code for creating these, and that has a physics body, so that's a bit different. Let's look at let's just grab some of this code, I guess. I really should just write it instead of pasting it, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, So we're going to have this, which is going to be called our pattern egg, right? So we have a pattern egg entity. I don't know if it'll need an update function. We don't need any of these lines. I don't really know why I had to copy paste it. I was just being lazy, but really should have just wrote it anyway. Okay, scale. Let's see what the scales on our eggs. I think our scale on the eggs are 1. I think. Where am I doing that? That is, I guess, below this. Should probably clean some of this up so it's not so hard to find what the hell's going on. It's gotta be above it. I'm just going past it. Oh, it's this, right? I should just write like yeah, so scale I think is left alone unless it's in the constructor of the game.add body that's changing the scale. I don't think we're doing anything with scale here. We're not. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Doesn't need parent, probably doesn't need color. Okay, so the model is going to need to be a custom model probably, right? Just to get it started though, we're just going to use our painting egg model, but we're gonna have to make a custom model based off that. Scale, we shouldn't need to define. Rotation, oh, we do actually need to because we're gonna flatten it, right? So I believe we want to do 1 for the X, 1 for the Y, and then probably 0. Since it doesn't have back faces, yeah, that should be fine for the Z-axis. So we just have a flat egg, and then we're also going to rotate it down so it's facing the right way. I'm going to do like 0.1, just so if it is, we have a top-down camera, right? If it is like not rotating the right way, it might be really, really hard to see if that egg is even there because it'll be, you know, a 2D plane. So let's give it a little bit of scale there, and we might leave it. It's that way there's not any weird issues with clipping, but we'll see how this goes. Position, I guess that's fine. That should be, well, 0.05. Just so it's not clipping into the floor, because I think the floor is at 6, if I recall correctly. Okay, so rotation, we will need a vec3. And let me see, we want to have it so I think we could just rotate on the x-axis and that should be fine. So be math.half pi, I believe. And then I think 0 and 0. The position here, we're gonna offset it on the x-axis so it's a bit more to the left like we have in this drawing. This would right now be spawning it somewhere, whoops, be spawning it around here. We want it somewhere around here. We don't have the book yet. I'll have to model the book soon as well, but x minus, I don't know. What? Hold on. Okay, so I have a new keyboard, right, for this stream. And I press some sort of key that makes it overwrite everything here, right? So, what is the key that does that? Is it... Damn it. How did I manage to mess this up? I think it's my keyboard's fault. Shit. Is it in every file? Hold on. Okay, so it's not in every file, so if I just close that file, I must have pressed some sort of keyboard shortcut that does that. So let's just save this, close the file, and then reopen it. Okay. Okay, that fixed it. I have no idea what keyboard shortcut I accidentally pressed or something like that. It's very strange. So we want to go to wherever we were before I messed that up here. And then that made me figure out what I was doing. All right, we want to have an X offset. So we're just going to say -4 to start off with. Okay. Go back into the game. Now, I shouldn't really have to refresh, I don't think. This is all an init function. Yeah. So I can just copy this, open up console, paste it in console, and then call this function. And we'll see if we have errors or what we do. Indices of undefined. How did I mess that up? That's strange. So it's saying the egg buffer, which is Easter egg. So where are we creating those? Oh, maybe because we don't have a num eggs variable in the minigame, so it's still assuming 5 down there. So somewhere we just want to create, should be a little bit more elegant about this. What is egg points? Oh, that was pseudocode. We don't need that anymore. I really hope we don't need that anymore. I'm like 95% sure that was just my little notes. We also don't need that anymore. Okay, so we're doing that with 5. We want to somewhere define here. We'll say num eggs egg count. I don't really know, but 3. Right, and then where we were manually doing 3. Over here, we want to call eggGame.numEggs. And then where we're doing with 5 down here, we want to have eggGame.numEggs. Okay, let's try that once more. That's strange. It says currently working on shitcode on top. I thought I updated that so it would say finishing up the Easter minigame. Let me check that out. Let's see, we have this new overlay. I mean, it's written really shitty right now, but that should reload the page and use the new stuff. I know this is like really shitty. I just wrote this in like 5 seconds. Let me try to see. If I do that, will that work? Yeah, give it like 10 seconds. Yeah. Alright, we'll have to see what's going on with that eventually, but not a concern for right now, as long as it's working. I update text, so it's working for all we need right now. Okay. Maybe we can't reload it that way. I don't know. We'll see. Right, so we want to init the minigame. Still getting a little bit of lag, so I still think that's due to Chrome's input shittiness. Okay, so not amazing because we have 3 eggs, but we don't have our pattern egg, which we definitely want to be seeing. I'm also probably going to change this green color to just a nice light wood color, probably. The good thing is the camera didn't freak out at the time, but that's something else I probably should look at on this stream. Oh, let me change my color scheme too. We don't need it to be this bright anymore. I switched it while I was programming in the daytime. So we want to go to theme and do this one. And we want to go to color scheme. And I don't know if I want dark or mirage. We'll do, yeah, mirage is fine. I wish you see that little sliver of white up here? I wish I could change that color, because like on a Mac you can, but on Windows seemingly you can't, which is annoying. Okay, So we have that working, just the pattern's not working. So let's look at the pattern code. So we are pushing it. So we can log what is there. So if we go to game.world.indoors.entities, I mean, we have to find it in here, but there's only 15 entities, so it's not that bad. And it looks like it's this one here. So it's at index 8. So let's just log just that one. Okay. So the positions are probably fine. I will check on that. Should be fine unless I moved it too far over to the left, but I don't think so. Let's see if it has rendered. So it does say has rendered, so it should be there. Let's do a wireframe real quick just in case it's like below the ground. No. Okay, it's not off screen either. It doesn't seem like, because maybe the model, if we look at models, maybe I can't just paint a blank one. Models that, what's it called? Painting egg. Looks correct. I mean, it should be correct. I don't know why I don't see my cursor anymore either. I gotta figure that out. Like, I see the mouse cursor, right? But there's supposed to be another cursor entity in game to show me where it's detecting the mouse to see if it's aligned correctly. I rescaled that and now I don't see it anymore. I wonder if I see that on wireframe. How come? Okay, is there an error? Entity NUID of undefined. What the fuck? Oh, did that not do a hard refresh, or are we doing that under 5 twice? Maybe I didn't do a hard refresh. Oh no, we are doing it twice, I guess. So it says egg game dot num eggs. Let's see if we're doing that anywhere else. Okay, hopefully not. Okay, refresh. I wonder if that error was there the whole time. Because I didn't really try moving anything in physics. That would maybe explain why I don't see anything. Maybe. And then after I get this done, I will try to have our structure entities working. Hopefully I remember all the things I want to get done in the right order. But currently structures are disabled. Okay, so this is working. That's good. But we don't see that pattern egg right now. And to do that, let's log it again. Let's also do a wireframe now that we know that, like, we don't have that error showing up. Okay, still don't see it. Perhaps bring position up again, just to make sure. Okay, so that is not the issue. We can try swapping the model to like a cube, right? And see if that shows up. Maybe it's a scale I'm doing on this axis, but I feel like that shouldn't be so bad, especially because I'm not using 0 scale. I'm using 0.1, so it still has some thickness to it. We really don't need this here. It doesn't need to be in that game. It shouldn't be harming it though, so it should be okay. This is a weird bug. This should have been something extremely simple. Like, let's look at where we're creating the floor entity. Right? Because it should be as simple as this. Really, really simple bit of code. What am I forgetting? Okay, so let's paste this here, right? Just see if I'm doing something stupid. So same thing, game.world.indoors.entities.push. So that's the same. This one we happen to have a color on, but that shouldn't matter. Backfaces shouldn't be neat, but maybe I'll throw them on anyway. Maybe I'm doing the scale wrong. I'm gonna not offset that as much just in case, but we're testing that in console and that's not the issue. That model is buffered. We can just do what we're doing here. You know, I will do what we're doing here anyway, because we're going to need it eventually. So this is just going to be called Easter egg pattern. I don't really know if I want the underscore there. We're doing that because, well, I don't even know why I really need an underscore there anyway, but it's to throw it should show the index. So we have Easter egg 0 through whatever the num eggs are, -1. Maybe this will help with it though. So then we're going to use the model pattern. And we'll see if this is an improvement, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't work with cube though either. Maybe we're not doing hard refreshes properly because the last time that didn't work out either and I have a new keyboard, but it should be the same, right? Okay, so it's still not there. I'm gonna get rid of this line because we don't need it. I'm gonna get rid of rotation and scale. Maybe I'm doing something weird and silly there. It's possible. I mean, it would kind of make sense for the scale to not make it visible because their scale's so low, but you should still see something. What the hell? All right, let's start logging stuff. Although I'm looking at it in console anyway, manually, and it's all good. So we know these values are correct. Maybe just where I'm creating it is. Did I leave this pasted in here by accident? Hold on. Let's get rid of this because we don't need that there. Not that it should have been hurting anything. And I'm going to grab all of this code for pattern egg. And we're going to put it next to where we're adding our floor model. I just need to make sure we have those models buffered at that point. So we need to move those lines up. Maybe it has something to do with the weird order of how we're creating things. So put this in here. We still want to be buffering these earlier though. Buffer these up here. Okay. Why is it that I always struggle with the simplest things that should take 2 seconds? This is like the simplest thing that I'm doing here. Can make it, let's not pass model through, and that should give us a default entity of cube with a model of cube. What am I missing here? Oh. I think I might maybe know. No. I was going to say because Things have to be scaled up really big because everything's as far zoomed out, but our egg models are big anyway. So like maybe it's like just a couple pixels on the screen, and that's why it's so easy to miss, because it could be like behind the egg or something, or behind something. We do see our cursor on wireframe, so that's nice. It's not aligned super well, but at least we see it. We should be doing the same exact thing we're doing here, right? There's no difference. So if I just paste this twice and like change something about it, that's all we're doing. Not making a typo with something, am I? Pattern egg minigame. Pattern egg entity rather. These might be flipped, but that's why if we have it with cube, it should be okay. We're gonna bring this back with our scale, except this time we're just gonna scale it like up to like, I don't know, 5. This will give us a cube, hopefully. Okay. We have something. So we have something to work off now. It's great. Now let's move it over a little bit, right? It's progress. Okay, very good. Moved over to the left like we want. We can try this model, see what happens. I feel like it's breaking because of this model, but when I tried to cube before, it also broke, so that was weird. All right, so I don't really expect this to work, because if it's breaking somewhere, this should be the place where it's breaking. Yeah, okay. So that is good, kind of. Let's do back faces. I suppose they could be backwards on those. You would think we'd see the other side then if they were backwards though. So whoops, back faces, back faces, true. So I don't think that's the issue. No. Okay. That is good though. We have information. Okay. So it works with cube. It doesn't work with this model. We're creating the buffers. Let me just look at what we're doing with this here. Hey, Game Boy Link, change name from pattern entity egg to oh, egnity. Okay, we could do that. I thought you were saying I was making a typo, but no, making a pun. That's even better. Let's do that. So we want to have a pattern egnity. I will do that. There we go. Thank you, Game Boy Link, for that great suggestion. Okay, so why is it that we can use the model here, but not up above? All right, so we're creating our buffers. And we're doing this. I'm going to copy this over again. Maybe I'll shouldn't need a buffer models. All right, so it should be the same exact code. We just swapped out a name, right? Looks exactly the same to me. So why work one place but not the other? Let's change the model dynamically in console, right? We can get back to this. All right, so we're going to change the model. We're going to look at the model, right? So it's Easter egg pattern. Now we're going to call it Easter egg _1. because that should have a model on it, but that is also not showing up. I think that's what we're calling the other ones, right? Definitely should be. So why do they show here and not the other place? Am I making a typo? Am I doing something dumb? No. Whoops. Don't need that. We can try to call buffer model on that. This might throw an error, but let's just see. Okay, so it didn't throw an error, but well, it kind of did, not a JavaScript error, but we have weird stuff going on with that. Shouldn't have called buffer model. So let's just redo. This might break things until I refresh. Okay, it doesn't. That's good. So let's see if we're doing something special. Maybe I'm forgetting if we're doing something special on this body. We also probably do want to end up multiplying the color, but that shouldn't be the thing that is breaking things. But let's just do that so I don't forget. Okay, so in the add body function in egg game, let's see if I'm doing something special there that I'm forgetting about, because perhaps I am. Oh, maybe, no, I was gonna say maybe it's getting cold or something, and I guess it could be, but it has rendered is set to true, so I don't think it's getting cold. Also, it shouldn't be getting cold because we can see a cube, so that shouldn't be the thing that's breaking it. All right, then this is where we're creating generic. Oh, let's look at the generic, right? Okay, so this is this. We're doing quaternions on this particular one, but we don't want quaternions on the other one, so that shouldn't be the issue. Oh, silly me. Texture. On the default texture, those pixels are probably transparent. Okay, well, how long did I spend working on that bug? Probably around 20 minutes or so. Whoops. Right, so now we should see it, and then let's put our scale and rotation back. So we want scale like this. I think we want to scale down on the z-axis. Still do 0.1 just in case. Okay, now we should have a flat rotated egg. Yes. It is upside down, and it looks a bit weird. We might need to change some things about it, but that's okay. So here we want to do negative half pi. That'll flip it right side up. The scale, I guess we were doing a different scale, yeah, because when we're doing our get model push, I think I was changing the scale to like scale 1.25, I think. Where am I scaling it? Oh no, I'm scaling it in the base model, so it shouldn't actually be there that's breaking it. Let's log the scale of the other ones because it's definitely not. Oh, maybe it's clipping to the ground. That's also why it looks weird. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, that makes sense. So let's put our scale. I guess let's try 0. Might be okay. Should be okay. So not only, well, hopefully it was just clipping to the ground. Yeah, I think maybe. No, I don't see it now. I thought this egg was it, but it's not. Okay, so it is clipping through the ground still, which is strange because I thought our ground position was at 6 and this is at 6.05, so that should be enough. But maybe our ground position isn't at 6. Maybe it's at like 7. I was gonna say right because that has one height, but it doesn't have one height. That should be flat. Well, let's just bring it up. I don't want it to. I want it to be like pretty close to ground. It's going to end up being on a book, and we're going to need a collider for that book. But just make sure this is what's failing. I mean, it definitely should be what is breaking it. Maybe I'm forgetting something that's at like 6.1 or something. I don't know. Okay, so that fixes it. It puts it probably too high. So now like this paintbrush can probably fall through it, which we don't really want. Yeah. So it's close. Once we have the book, we'll have a better idea of what that number should actually be. So maybe I'll leave it at that. Let's have it so it uses the correct pattern on it now. And to do that, I guess we're going to loop through the buffer like we're doing for the update function. Except this time, instead of checking colors, we're going to be applying colors. There's a couple ways we can do this. Also, I kind of want to move patterns up a little bit. That might make more sense. I'm going to be changing colors instead of checking the colors now. I guess I could do this anywhere. And we shouldn't even have to rebind the buffer, I don't think. Wait, are we doing that? Maybe we are. Yeah, I guess we do. But if we do it if we do it at the right place, we might not have to. But it doesn't really hurt to do it again. In theory, I can do it right here, and it might work. So our EB is now this. Our pattern, we're just using pattern 0 for right now. We will have to change it so we have our goal pattern set for the game. Success we don't need. And then our EB colors, we're changing to our pattern colors. So this colors, I suppose, that won't be needed. It's going to equal this, and we don't need any of that. All right, let's look at what this line is doing. So the colors at this index equals, so math that round, whatever, rounding it, that's fine. Although, do we really want to do that? No, we don't need any of this. I don't think. If we do end up cleaning up so we have color IDs, which will be a little bit better, then I'll have to change the math for this. So we're grabbing, these will be returning a color ID, and then like we do like, something like color ID at that index, but we're not doing any of that yet. Just see if that works. And then hopefully we'll be able to dynamically change the pattern of choice, which should be not too hard to do. Okay. Well, it's something. Why is that? That's weird. And concerning. It's using the right colors at least, but not in the right places. which is really bizarre. We should be using our manual indice placement, right? Because we're sorting the faces here, and then we're applying it to our base model, which is painted egg. And then this function shouldn't be changing our indice order, I don't think. Maybe we are. It shouldn't be. I can change this a little bit earlier. Just see if this makes a difference. I don't think it would. If anything, it would probably make it worse and throw an error. Okay. And I think our pattern's correct. It should be, right? Yeah. So it's supposed to be the white and blue horizontal stripes with green caps. We have all those right colors. They're just putting them at the wrong indices, it seems. Which is strange because we struggled for hours with the indices thing. Don't want that to happen again. I do have some ideas of how this could be getting messed up. Maybe when we're doing that JSON stringify. That shouldn't mess with the order though. My best guess is that our pattern is in the wrong order, but why would that be? What a get model push function, which is probably in utils, maybe in models. Okay, it's here. I want to make sure we're not regenerating our indices, because maybe we are, and maybe that's bad. Probably be at like the end of this function. So close to working. So maybe I'll re-export a pattern, like a simpler pattern, just to test this out, right? So if I like just draw a horizontal yellow stripe on this egg, that will be our test pattern. Okay, so it's perfect horizontal stripe, middle of that egg, right? So if I now looked at game.world.indoors.entities, I think we start at like pretty far down. Yeah, one more. So that's our first one. We have 3 of them, right? Just want to, because I don't know which of the 3 it is. I just want to do a physics body dot position dot, I think Z. Yeah. Okay, so it's not that one. You can see it's this one over here that's freaking out, right? We want this one. So let's just try the next one, which would be index 10. It's not that one, so I did the last one, which is at index 11. Right, so we want to look at that model. So model is Easter egg 2. So if we grabbed buffers, right, at Easter egg 2, right, dot colors, that should be in the right order. pretty sure. Oh, maybe I am doing that in the wrong order. Maybe that's not how I want to be exporting those patterns. Okay. Right, because that's at 0, 1, 2, 3, but our indices are at like random order, like 24, 56, whatever, you know? So the way I was exporting was a bit silly. Now, with that said, that's still okay, probably, maybe. My checker might be off too then, but shit, yeah, it probably is. Maybe it's not. Let's see how we're looping them, because it seemed to be detecting correctly before. So let's see how we were looping them. We were looping through indices, though, weren't we? Instead, I probably want to loop through colors. Right, because for this, no, it still doesn't really make sense, because this should also be giving us our correct indice order. But maybe that's just not how I'm storing it. I don't know. Let's see if I did, right, so we're just pushing out colors. So this would be, this order shouldn't really matter, in fact. As long as these numbers are the same, which they would be. Maybe I'm not thinking of this correctly. Let's treat this just as I guess, and see how badly this fails. If I just did I here. Oh, okay, so that's right. Now I just don't know if it's right on the checker. I don't want to draw that pattern, right? So let's make a much simpler pattern, again, with that horizontal stripe, because I'm not going to take time to draw that, because it's a pretty difficult minigame. It still might need to be rebalanced to be not so difficult. Let's have our pink color, I guess. Let's get these eggs out of the way. And let's just draw a very simple horizontal line on this, and hopefully I don't mess it up too badly. Okay. And then we will export that. Shit, okay. I'm gonna fuck this up. 2 more triangles, don't fuck it up. Okay, damn it. Thank you, Game Boy Link. One triangle, there we go. Alright, so now if we have to find that egg again, unfortunately. Let's see if it was this one. It's not that one. Let's see if it's this one. Whoops. God damn it, I keep pressing the wrong key. Okay, not that one. So we're doing 9 now. So it's the first one that we're doing this time. So it should be egg model 0, or whatever it's called, Easter egg 0. But just to confirm, look at model. It's Easter egg 0. That's correct. So now we want to do a JSON.stringify on the colors at egg 0. And then, I mean, yeah, I know this is not the best way to be doing this, but also our colors could be changed to 1 again, probably. Maybe not. Maybe we should leave it lower, because that would just make white brighter, but we want all of them to be brighter. So color multiplier is better. Okay. Maybe I actually want to bring those colors down then, but we'll see. So this is our, why is that so much longer than the other ones? I guess it might make sense. We need to turn on the precision on that export anyway, if we are going to leave it this way. Or maybe do some multiplication so it's 0 to 255, just so, you know, it's not so sloppy and messy. But this is, let me make sure I have our comma at the end. I do. Like our test pink stripe egg or something like that, right? It's our test pink stripe one. So now if we put this in here, we will hopefully be able to test now if we draw it correctly, and then we can win, right? This is just with a very, very simplified pattern. So, maybe I exported one wrongly because now this one's out of order. Maybe just that one pattern was messed up. What is up with that? So then if I went back to the way we were looping through our indices, and we did, that EB indices.I thing again. Maybe I just exported that one wrong? I don't think so. Could it be our rotation? Maybe, because we are rotating the patterns themselves, but it should be rotating them by a column, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Maybe we want to be a little bit more careful about how we do that next time. Let's see if this makes a difference. Okay, it is randomized. Okay, that makes sense now. A little bit, just a tiny bit, not a whole lot still. So I guess I still want this here. Let's look at where we're doing the rotation of the array, which is, I guess, inside update, which is still weird because we should be running a init. Oh, but we're rotating the entire pattern, right? So perhaps that's not how we want to do it. Maybe we want to have, well, let's set up so we have a goal pattern, right? And eventually that'll be randomized. But right now we want to force it to do, you know, the first one, that test one. So let's define this up here, right? I guess I'll write goal pattern. I don't really love that name. Maybe just pattern. Nah, goal pattern's fine. I'm going to set it to 0 by default. And then we'll set it back to 0 again. I mean, just to have the code there, because eventually it's going to be changed, right? Where we have eggame.goal pattern. Eventually this will be a random selection, just not while we're testing this. And then where we look at patterns, here this is going to be our eggame.goal pattern, right? Yeah, because that's our index. And then here, we don't want to rotate every single one, and we also don't want to rotate the array itself. We want to have like a reference, really a clone of the array, and then rotate that. So we're going to have something that's var pattern is going to be our eggame.patterns at index eggame.goal pattern, right? But we want that to be a clone of it. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. And that clones the array for us. And then we do maybe want a for loop eventually, but if we're going to be painting multiple eggs per minigame, I don't think we are. Not really sure. But if we're not, then we don't need a for loop. So I'll leave it like commented out. And then we'll, excuse me, have to change something about it later on if we decide to do something different with it. But also this is always going to just rotate it once. It's not going to be continuing the rotation. It's just going to go to like column 2, column 2, column 2. But we want it to go to column 1, 2, 3, 4 per each frame, right? So to fix that, I guess we'll store it in egg game again, right? This is not necessarily the most elegant way to do this. It's a non-side knit. Let's just fold that away. All right. I kind of want to call it like pattern checker column. Really long variable name there. At least it's descriptive. Let's also not make typos everywhere. We want to do this with what were we last calling it? It's our rotate function, right? Rotate array, yeah. So here we want to iterate our column. Why is it 12 times 3? Okay, I guess that makes sense, yeah. 12 triangles per column, so it's okay, that makes sense. So I think we have 8 columns. Although I guess I gotta be a little bit careful about how I do this. In theory, you also only need to check 2 if our pattern can only be offset by 1 column, but we should do the whole thing just in case. All right, so this is our pattern, or we want to have our pattern checker column. Again, I hate how long that is. Let's have a reference to it. So let's have egg game, not that. Let's just call this our check column. I'm still getting used to this keyboard, so making extra typos, and I usually make a lot of typos, so now I'm making even more. All right, so our check column is that. We want to iterate that every frame, but we also want it to be mod, I think 8. So let's have check column +1, right? Modulo, I think 8. I think that's how many columns we have. Not 100% sure of that though. But maybe I should open up Blender and look at the model. Well, actually, we can check because each one of these are a column. So how many lines do we have here? This is 8 lines. So yeah, that should be correct. And that gives us 0 to 7. So that seems right. So then we're going to have here our column checker. Just multiply that there. So then on the first one will be 0. Then it'll be the whole column, you know, for all the triangles, all the indices. So I changed quite a bit here. So I probably should just refresh the game, but I don't really want to. So I'm going to instead be lazy-ish and just paste all of this into here. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. We broke it. Hopefully due to pasting and not to actually having an issue. That'll show me to be lazy. Hey Panda, how are you doing? Okay, so we're going to initialize it, and our stripe is correct now. So hopefully, for this pattern, I know we need to make our book model and stuff, but hopefully if I paint this correctly now, get these eggs out of the way, it will detect it, and then we won, right? I don't know what I want the reward to be for winning. I'm probably, for most rewards for mini games, I'm probably going to have it be a combination of money and some sort of item. But I don't know what I want the item to be. I mean, I guess you can win a model of the egg you painted. That would work. Yeah, you know, that'd be fine. So then you keep the egg. Okay, so that worked. Let's just paint it incorrectly for a second just to make sure that stops firing and everything. even though at that point you would have won the game. Perfect. That's so good. So we're like mostly done with this now. We just need to make it look pretty and add a couple functions. All right, so this is our pattern. I kind of want to do something different with the shading to make it look like not the egg, right? To make it look like a pattern of the egg. Doing okay. Got uni starting again in a few days. I still have the time to work on my game. I hope so too. Thank you, Panda. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I know how hard it is because, I mean, I don't go to uni, but I have, a job, and it makes it difficult to at least stream, also work on the game. But I do work on my game even when I'm not streaming, but to much lesser extent. I don't, do 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day, whatever. So yeah, I hope so. You probably have. I have a terrible memory for who does what, but you've linked to screenshots of what you are working on with your game, right? I don't want to make the wrong assumption and say you're working on this thing and it's going to be someone else. I know somebody was doing that that pixel game, right? Where it's like, are you the one that just sent me just one screenshot of like a cool looking like, yeah, okay, detective, right? Yeah, okay, I remember the right person. I always feel terrible because I don't want to be like an asshole and be like, oh, you're that person that does this, and then it's like, no, that's someone else. But I remembered correctly this time. Right, the detective game. Well, yeah, I hope so because that looks really, really cool. I mean, the idea when you're really busy, is just like dedicate just a little bit of time per day to it, which I always want to do, like for streaming when I'm too busy, but then it just doesn't work out. But if you, I guess, were I don't know what the right word is, but had more, I don't know, willpower or work ethic than me, um, you know, you should always be able to find like half an hour of your day to do it. That might be taking away the half hour that you get of something else that's a little bit more enjoyable, maybe like watching TV or whatever you might do, watching YouTube videos, or normally most people have some amount of downtime in their lives. So if you really wanted to, you probably could find time. I mean, unless you're so busy with uni that you've absolutely no time, which maybe you are. I don't know. Right, I'm just making new patterns right now. I don't even know if I'm going to use them, but I'm just like playing around with this. It is still a pretty difficult mini game, but at least it works. We need to make our book model and have an exit function for when you win. I also might want to allow an exit function in some way when you like lose per se. I don't know what the exit non-win state will be. I don't know if this game will have a timer, right? And that's how you lose, or maybe if you just give up, there'll be some sort of way to forfeit. I don't really know. Or maybe you're just stuck in this game until you paint the egg. I don't really want to do that though, because some of the patterns are really complicated. I mean, once you refresh the screen, they'll get you out of the game, but it's also a surprise. So, Panda, when you say going back to uni in a couple days, right? That's surprising to me if you mean like physically, or is it just like they're doing the online things? Because I didn't think like anyone in the world was like resuming operations yet, but maybe that's just because I live in New York and everything's so terrible with the pandemic here. But maybe it's just resuming like over the internet. Because if you have to physically go somewhere, like that's surprising. You have 3 tests that week, which are worth 25%. Yeah, so definitely take that week off from any kind of leisure and study and work hard, and then after that week, you can think about doing other things. That sounds pretty important. Okay. I guess I'll model a book, and then we need a collider on that probably. Um, let's open up Blender. Should I do 2.8? No, I'm too afraid. $65 or less cases in the city I'm in, but the uni is still online. Okay, I'm glad it's still online though, because even if it's just 65 cases, I don't want you risking your health, you know? Things are way, way, way worse where I live. All right, so we want to model a book out of this. I guess actually I want to model this centered out if this is going to be if we're going to have physics object on it. Yeah, I will have to do that. Not 100% sure how I'm going to do this, but something like this. The scale is going to probably be a bit weird. And we only are going to see like one page, right? So if we reference our beautiful concept art here, we only see like half of the book, not even, more like a third of the book. Hopefully next week I'm allowed to see my friends in New Zealand. We find out whether we are being taken out of strict lockdown or not. Okay. I mean, just be careful because the whole situation's scary. So even if you are allowed to go out and do those things, take precautions, Don't want anyone getting sick. Now, it'd be cool if we have a nice curve on this page. I would like to do that. However, since our pattern is flat for the egg, we might have to try to fake it. And then on this side, I want to... It's a bit silly and shit, but how many triangles will we end up creating with this? You know what? That's not bad. I want to have painted pages with this somehow. So in vertex paint, not 100% sure what I want this to look like, but something along these lines. Hold on. The past 4 weeks, everyone's only been allowed to go to the supermarket, and you're not allowed any contact with people you don't live with. I mean, it should be that bad in New York. I don't think technically it is that bad, even though we have way more cases. And that's probably the reason why. I don't do any of those, I don't go out and see people, but you're allowed to legally, I believe. But I figured, why do that and risk getting myself sick or other people sick? So kind of more of as a personal choice, I've been pretty much on lockdown for the past month. Probably a better way to be painting this, because I kind of want to get this side too, so it kind of sucks to paint it this way, but I could probably do it fast. If I do it this way and then I inverse the selection, I don't know if I'm going to like how this looks though, which is a bit concerning. I'm going to spend all this time, but it doesn't take that long. I guess I should do this side. This side I might do, I was thinking about doing it in full dark, but maybe not. so we're gonna inverse selection. Don't need quite that much. I think that amount is correct. No idea if this is gonna look good. Yeah, it's really bad in New York. Really, really bad. It sucks. But so far I'm healthy, so just gotta hope that everything stays that way. Okay, that looks not bad. That kind of looks like pages. The aliasing in Blender makes it look a little bit more shit than what I'm going for. Also, I wonder if I should have done the top ones and not the bottom ones. No, it's probably okay because they're gonna have a pretty top-down view of everything. You don't really notice anyway. All right, we shouldn't need these faces, so let's just delete them. We shouldn't need the bottom face either. All right, I want to look at that object mode. There we go. That's a better view of it. Okay, so we're gonna create our back of the book type thing. I wonder if I'm doing this the way I want to do it. Whatever, I'll just eyeball it. It doesn't need to be like mathematically super precise. And this color is going to be much darker. I don't know what color I want. And then I want to have a gradient on this page, on the top part. This whole thing is going to be brought in probably, but let's just see. If we did this, you're not going to see the part where like it's that dark because it's probably going to get cut off around here. So just ignore everything, you know, left of this line. And that's probably a pretty good gradient. I really want a slight curvature on this, and I can try to do that. I'm just worried about, so the idea that I want to do, I can find the right place to loop cut this, right, is something like this. This would look a lot better. I do want to do this. I'm just worried about how the pattern is going to project onto it. Maybe we can do something special where we don't depth test certain things. If we don't depth test or depth right the pattern, that should, I think, work. So let's do proportional editing. Let's grab the where are we bending it from? Bending it from here, because again, everything left of this we're probably not going to see. So something more like that, right? I guess I should just delete some of these faces going on here. Do face select, right? Yeah, we can make some assumptions about with this. Okay, so if we delete those faces, triangle count's not as bad. We could probably definitely work with the triangle count to make it better as well, but something like that might look good. I don't even know, since we have the camera so top down, if you'll even see these faces, but I'm going to paint them darker just in case you can. I don't think you'll be able to see them though, unless we like offset our book on the z-axis as well, which maybe we will. Okay, that's not bad. Make sure when I triangulate, everything stays the same with face count and everything. Yeah, well, triangle count, yeah, okay. It should, because we don't have any modifiers on, but you never know. As far as textures go, I would like a subtle texture on it, but I don't really have one that'll do that, so I guess I just won't. I should add more detail to this. Oh, and I guess we could no, but I should add more detail to this, like add like a bookmark and some other things. Not really sure what else we want on it. Let's do a bookmark. Oh, and then that's a bunch of extra faces inside there that we can get rid of probably. Just give it a little bit more detail. Obviously, like, it still needs improvements. It's not done, but something along these lines. Oops. Maybe that we could put a fabricy texture on. It's for the Easter mini game, so I'm gonna try to make our colors somewhat Eastery. Let's go into UV editing, and let's unwrap that with a top-down view, right? Just to, I have ortho on. Did I have ortho on that whole time, or is it just the numpad that said that? I don't know. Let's do a project from view bounds. No, let's just do project from view, and then rescale it, right? Okay, so we want to have our materials texture on this and use our fabricy looking material. This one here. Now this will be half the brightness. Just the bookmark of what it will look like in game. Oh, this is not shadeless. Let's do shadeless. Okay, so the bookmark is half the brightness of what it'll look in game, but it has the right texture on it. Let's go into default again. I mean, we could just test this out. I don't need to work on this like, you know, the whole time. I don't even think we'll really see this face here, but going to paint this face darker. Maybe we'll do a nice transition, so it's not such a sharp thing going on here. So maybe I'll do that. Let's get a darker color. Okay, and then yeah, I'll try to smooth that out a little bit. So we need a. What's the best way to do this? I guess if we do a cut and then slide it, that would work. Yeah, and then we'll do another cut here and slide that. Yeah, that'll work. And then I guess we'll bring this in. We don't even need to because I'm faking it mostly with vertex colors, but we'll bring that in and down. Maybe not down. Well, just try that. You're not even going to notice that little change, but you'll notice it with the vertex color. So in vertex paint now, if we grab these and we smooth those, does that work? Yes. Do that in object mode to make sure that is correct. Oh, the texture is making it look weird though. Can't tell if I did that right because of the texture. I know how I can look at that without texture. If we go to vertex paint, oh, but then we have the lines. That's a bit shit. Oh well, it looks like it worked. I'm a bit worried about clipping in the engine because the precision is not as high as what we're going to see in Blender. So let's just like bring these out a little bit, right? So that would be, I'm not used to having a numpad. Maybe this view. Oh, no, not that view. This view, right? So let's just bring that to about there. Hi, Vesper. How are you doing? All right, let's name this. I'm just going to call it Egg Book. I suppose we just get this in the game. I mean, yeah, there's a million more details I can add, but let's just get it in the game. Let's get rid of some of these extra faces that are completely unnecessary. There's still going to be some other extra faces that are unnecessary, but let's get rid of at least a few right now. This is only going to be viewed from top down, which means all of these faces might be unnecessary too. But if we decide to start translating the book around, then it'll be okay. Because like if we did, let's have perspective on, right? If we did top down, whichever one that is, this one, you know, you can't really see its side. I want to have perspective though. Okay, you can't really see its sides, but if we translate it, the book down, then you can very much see them. So we might do that. But let's get this model. Let's save it again. Let's triangulate it. It should have colors in UV, so we should be good with that. And then let's export it as a PLY. And we called it our egg book. I think the axes are correct because they're correct for my engine. They're incorrect for the physics engine though, but I think it'll work out and be correct in the end. I hope. I think and I hope. Well, we can have the fake physics object just drawn directly over the entity. That would be fine. That's probably what I will do actually. It'll be easier to implement that way. Let's have the model in this file. Models dot Easter book Easter egg pattern book. I don't know what I want to call it. It's called our Easter egg pattern book. Okay, paste all that data in. Indices and everything should be fine on it because we're not doing anything weird with modifying it later on. Let's make sure we buffer that model. Again, one day, I know I said this like a couple streams ago, that's why I said it again, but one day we don't want to really be manually buffering these. So when we request the model, we want it to buffer on the fly instead of having these stupid lines getting the models ready for us. Let's have a book model. We won't have physics on it quite yet, but let's get the book model in. Have scale. Let's leave scale there, but we'll set it to 1 because I'm probably going to need to change it. We're definitely going to need to offset it, probably on both axes, but let's start here and see what this looks like. It's probably still going to be way in the wrong place. We shouldn't need color on it, so we get rid of that. Back faces we shouldn't need. I'm going to leave that but commented out. All right, let's just see if we even see anything and what happens. I don't really want to refresh, so I'm going to try to paste everything live in console. Okay. Yay, it works. There's some issues. All right, so we need to have the right texture on there. So on the book model, need the correct texture. I don't know if I love the colors. Obviously, it needs to be offset again still. Also, it needs to be brought up further. And I guess that's because we're modeling it in physics space, so I guess that makes sense. That still might not be enough. Yeah, but we need to bring it way more to the left, quite a bit. All right, let's test those values out. The scale is also going to be not correct. I don't know if I want to change scale here or in Blender. It doesn't really matter. Let's do it here. It's faster. Okay. It's better. And I think it is mostly at floor height. I mean, things can go through the book right now because we don't have the collider on it, but we will. Scale is probably still too big. And we probably will bring it down and stuff. All right, so scale here. I just want to scale on just one axis, but it doesn't really matter. And we could always go back in Blender and change things around. Let's see how this looks. And, you know, I can scale them on one axis right in the engine as well. But I don't really want to squish the bookmark and stuff. I just want to scale certain parts of it. Okay, that's closer to what I'm going for. We could scale this, you know, pattern down. It needs to be brought out further and maybe down. I think down will help. And then we get more detail on like the edges of the pages. I think the pages look fairly good. I think they look like pages. You don't notice the curve and stuff, but once we move it down, hopefully you will. You can notice a little bit, but it's like super duper subtle. So let's bring it over this way. And let's also bring it back in a tiny bit. Let's try 1 unit to start with. That might not be enough, but just to start with. Okay. Yeah, so that whole curve thing you don't really notice. I can exaggerate it in the model to really show it off, and that'll be an okay thing to do. Right, I guess that makes sense because that's like near our center line in the camera, right? So there's going to be less perspective there. All right, I want to change our background. Definitely want to change the background color, maybe the texture. I'm not sure. The paint dropping on the book won't really work, but that's probably okay. I could change the code so it might work, but it's gonna be probably weird. I think that's probably okay though. They're on opposite sides. By the time you get over here, like it's not really dripping. If it does, you don't really see it anyway. All right, so the power needs to be moved. Colors, I think I'm okay with. So if we grabbed this face, and if we have proportional editing on, right, and we scaled, let's bring this up. How do I want to do this? All right. The pink stuff, the other parts that are not pages will scale as well. We're not going to want that forever, but I just want to test this out and see what this is like. Whoops. Blender, come on, you're better than this. We look at that. Like top down now, which I never memorized the key. That's ortho. Perspective. Oh, God damn it. It's so annoying. You're going to notice those pages a lot more, especially since we're at like midway, so I may have done a little bit too much. Our viewport is kind of like that, somewhere around there. That's just about our viewport. So this is what we currently see in game, right? Pretty similar. I've put that on. Okay, I probably did it too much, but I think I might want a little bit of that. The curve you really don't notice, which is kind of annoying. We can like try to have we could bake it in like with some fake baked in lighting, but it's not going to help that much. That may have been a bit of a waste of time and polygons. The color, the page, the color of the page is not the best either. That's a bit harder now that we put that curve on there. It's a bit harder to also test that out, change that around. What's the best way to do this? I am curious though, if we had top down again, and we really brought this value up with proportional editing, we don't really want to turn it up too much to see it though, because our bounding box or our collider box is not going to behave the same way. And since we're about the midway point, you're not going to see like any of that anyway. If we move our book back up, you might. I also don't love the thickness of this book. I guess one way you can do that is just grab this. Let's just do this off of 3D cursor, turn on proportional editing, and scale it down. Yeah, that would work. We need to recenter the book again, but that's okay. Yeah, so we have extra unnecessary polygons. I'm not going to let it bother me that much since it doesn't really matter for the minigame. It's annoying to have to store that data, but whatever. We can always fix it later on. I just want to get this mini game done, right? All right, I want to turn the brightness up, I guess. Yeah. Does that do the brightness on the entire model? I don't think so. I hope not. Okay, that's probably good. Oh, right, but I only want to do it on just that top page. Did I do it? I guess I did. It's so hard to tell what the hell is going on with this. Vertex paint. And then we want to do brightness. I guess we could try levels. Gain should be. Why is it on the entire model? Oh, I have to reselect it in here. Ah, there we go. That's what I was doing wrong. All right, let's try that again. I don't know if I want levels or brightness or hue saturation values. Do brightness again. Okay, that's a good way to test this. So this is already at 14. We don't need it that high. Okay, so this is array. Here's how it was just about. And then we're bringing it over. Yeah, about there is probably better. Now in edit mode, we might want to do this curve, even though we don't see it really, but maybe it's something we want. I don't know. I guess you'll see it as long as we don't do that and we have it centered, which we probably will. Then I guess you'll see it. All right, so now I want to grab all this probably, except maybe the bookmark. No, we could always rescale a bookmark, it's fine. And then bring it in this way, I guess. A little bit. I don't know. Obviously the bookmark is all distorted and weird right now, but we can fix that. Oh, I was doing that off of bounding box center. We'll realign it in the end anyway, because I'm gonna have to, so it's not really a big deal. And not bounding box center, 3D cursor. I want to do this off bounding box center. Probably should get rid of all these faces on the sides. They're not necessary, and they're making it harder to manipulate this model. Probably should untriangulate some of this too. Okay, I don't think I'll regret doing that. I guess we should get rid of that. There's no reason to be modeling that. Okay, that's a bit better. I accidentally deleted too much, so didn't I? Damn it. Okay, so here we want to deselect that. There we go. Now we can come back to these. That's better. Okay. Let's just try it out and see what happens. We probably don't need any of these faces. They're probably not going to get used, but I'm going to leave them on in case I change how things are. Hey, Cult Zero, how are you doing tonight? Save it. Should be triangulated and everything. Export it. Maybe recenter it before I do that. So this axis is how much is offset that way. That's probably fine. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. There's like cats fighting outside my window. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. My girlfriend and I feed a cat outside. So we wish could get adopted or something, but the shelter won't take it. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't that cat fighting, which it wasn't, so it's okay. Okay, yeah, so export it. I don't remember if I was doing something else with it, but probably not. Probably nothing important. Yeah, all these faces I was saying are not being seen, but it really doesn't matter. It's just for our mini game if there's extra polygons. Ideally, we wouldn't even be loading that file at all long term unless you need it, and that's probably that is something I want to implement. I just have not done that, but that's something I want to do one day, where we only load files dynamically as we need them. So the minigame, your computer would never touch those files at all, not download them from the internet until you needed them. Currently working on something different, but still related to Wind Waker modding. Okay, I mean that's cool. If you want to describe it more, feel free to. I mean, Wind Waker modding is like awesome, so I guess maybe not Pokemon anymore though, which is okay with me because I really like Wind Waker and I don't really like Pokemon. Just never really got into it that much. I don't dislike it, it's just not really my thing. Okay, so now if we move our book to be centered again, so get rid of this. All right, well, good luck with that, Cold Zero. I'm sure it'll be cool. Okay. So we need to move it over to the left more, unless we're gonna probably scale it up too. So weird, so awkward. Because if you think of the scale of these things, that's really small. All right, so we're going to bring it over, I guess, more, but then scale this larger. Let's see how it looks. I need it to look okay size of the egg. It doesn't need to be like super realistic, but not just super weird either. That's interesting. It shows the that might not be bad actually. Maybe bring it over to the left more still. I think that's close to what I want. I think I'm going to scale it down just a little bit, just 10%. A while back, someone shared a really significant still in development action replay code. I don't know fully what that means, but I never learned AR coding. Like AR coding meaning like augmented reality. What is AR coding? So I just sort of put it on the back burner. But now that I've taken a minute to learn a bit about it, I'm giving it a shot at translating it. Oh, AR's action replay. Okay. It did give me an idea since I thought it was AR was augmented reality. VR Wind Waker would be really cool, but I'm sure probably somebody's already done it. But yeah, I think I might have actually seen a YouTube video of VR Wind Waker. Pretty sure I have. It's like a cheat code, but very hexadecimally. Okay. Let's see if this looks any better. The pattern egg, I'm going to scale down, and then I obviously need it to be like on top of the book. And I really wish I had a shader thing to make it look a little bit more like a pattern. Wow, that moved it a lot more than I was expecting. This area might be taken up too much. Yeah, I think I might have done that a bit too extreme. Go back into this model, though. Okay. Wait, what? Are these attached? What the fuck? No. Wait, or a game that never had multiplayer to begin with. That is awesome. We're talking about Wind Waker here, right? That's awesome. Right, yeah. The action replay code in particular is a big one, though. Close to 200 lines, and it implements a split screen co-op mode into a Wind Waker. That is really, really cool. I want to play that with my girlfriend. Model. Like, right? So you have Link, right? What's the second player? Just second Link? What's the way that I want to do this? I guess one way we can do this, instead of doing proportional editing, is just to grab all of these and scale. Probably play that. I mean, the Pokemon thing probably too, but I don't know. That just sounds really cool to me. But most maps in the game can't even load properly with it, though. Very unstable, needs more development work, which is why I'm translating it to assembly. Well, I really hope you got that to be stable. I will play that on stream for a little bit if you wanted me to, once it's like, working properly. Although I guess I need a second player. I don't know if my girlfriend would want to stream with me. I'd have to ask my girlfriend if she would want to be on the internet playing Wind Waker, which is probably not even really a game she would want to play, but I want to do that. All right, save this, export as a PLI, have all our modifications that we did. So now this whole area won't be taken up as much. We'll see more pages, or more of this page instead of like the stack of pages, which is kind of like useless space. Yeah, that's better. That's definitely better. Yeah, we're modeling a lot of extra bits that we're probably not going to see. Let's move the pattern over and maybe try to do that thing where we don't read or write to the depth part of the shader. So where's our pattern egg, right? Egg pattern, whatever I'm calling it. Not the book, this guy. Okay, so I want to move it over more. We also, I think, want to have a smaller scale. And then maybe we want to like do some outlines on it because it's going to like blend in. The white parts of the egg will blend in with the page. But let's scale it down. What do we have this on before? -4. Let's do -5.5. And let's, I guess, bring the book out just a tiny bit. Let's see how all those units work together. Okay, so our pattern is currently within the book. I want to see the best I can if our book is floating or not. It is a little bit. So we need to bring our book down. Which I can get like the exact coordinates in Blender to figure out which way it needs to move, but I'm just going to assume like half a unit right now. It's about the right amount out from this area that I can't speak English, but it's about what I want. I might have two patterns, maybe. We'll start with one. I also want to do like another rotation on it on the other axis. I'm trying to think how hard that'll be once we have our scaling and stuff. I may have to like have some custom code that we do like a scale, then a rotate, then a rotate, then a scale, then a rotate again. Because I don't know if this will work the way it's currently set up. And then we might have a black border around it, which should be fairly easy to do. But right now it's not being seen. Let's try to make it so it doesn't read or write to the depth buffer. So let me see what we have for that. We go to, I want to look at my like default particle shader or file. So we can disable the depth mask, but I think that's is that for reading or writing? The same guy who made this code also made a code to get a function co-op made for Pikmin 2 story mode. That's cool. I don't remember which Pikmins I played, because it's been like years. I'm pretty sure I played it on GameCube. That was probably the original one. I don't know what system Pikmin 2 came out on. Maybe that was GameCube as well. Maybe that was Wii. I don't remember if I've ever played it on Wii. But I like Pikmin on GameCube. And maybe on Wii if I played it on Wii. I can't remember if I did. Pikmin 1 and 2 are on GameCube. Okay, I don't remember which one it was. But I remember enjoying that game. That was a cool game. There's rumors of them making a new one, right, for Switch, or maybe more than rumors. Maybe they've been confirmed. But if they do make one for Switch, I might buy that. All right, so I'm going to disable the depth mask, but I'm trying to think. Depth mask is, can't remember if that's for reading or for writing. I think that's for writing to the depth buffer. We don't want to write really, but we also don't want to read. We want to do both. Let's see if there's anything else where I disable that in here. It's gonna be mostly that. But I think I might have some code to disable depth writing as well. Let's see what this does though, because I'm not sure. And let's just make sure it's there though. Okay, so it's there, just behind it, right? So we want to not read or write. Let's see if this is an improvement. Probably won't be, but if it just works, that'd be amazing. Okay, interesting. So that is for the, that did work for the reading, which is good. Although it's still cut off, so maybe not. Maybe I lied. It's really hard to tell. Maybe that was just because we changed settings after fact, and then yeah, like this whole like white on white thing is not great. So we're gonna have to have like texture on something so they don't disappear. Oh, and our book is through the ground again. Yeah, so that didn't work. It might have took off writing, but we need reading. And we need writing on the book because, well, I guess we don't really need the depth writing on the book because we'll have a collider on it. But if it would always show on top. It's pretty top down anyway. That should be okay, I think. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do the depth mask on the book and the egg, I guess. Which is not going to be great until we have the collider, but we will do the collider eventually. So let's do that on here, and then where's our book? Here. This still needs to be brought up. Right, so it's floating before, now it's under, so let's do like 0.75. The fuck? Wow, that was unexpected. I guess it's because of the order of the triangles being drawn, I suppose. So we can't do that. I guess that makes sense. That wouldn't work well. It's gonna do an idea where like the book was a physics object as well that you can move around, and then like maybe not make it a book, make it like a sheet of paper, but the vertices would not line up with the vertices of the pattern for the egg, so it wouldn't work out. All right, so I guess we can't just do that unless we were very careful about the order, which I don't know how to do that in Blender. Maybe, no, I was gonna say maybe a backfaces thing would help, but it wouldn't. All right, so that does what we want. It just also does what we don't want. I guess we could just reset the depth. Yeah, we could just clear the depth buffer after each draw, and that would be fine as long as we were doing everything in the right order. So if we always made sure we had like the ground and then the book and then the egg, and clear depth buffer probably after each one, and then we should be okay. Yeah, let's do that. So it's going to be like a append render function. That should be a thing we can do. Let's just make sure. So it's default entities. I know we have prepend, but we should have append. Yes. So after each of those renders, we're going to clear the depth buffer. And maybe I already have something that will do that for us. Clear depth buffer. When do we apply that? We don't. So I can just call that in the append render function. We'll call clear depth buffer. So in this file, we still have to be very careful about the way we spawn things in so they're in the right order. But if we did book model dot append render is book model dot clear buffer. We'll just have a reference to the function. That should be fine. We could also make a function that calls it, but a reference to the function I think will work. So we're going to do that, I guess, after each one. We shouldn't have to do it here, so I won't. And then we also want to do it after our pattern egg. And then I just want to see if we're adding anything to the world before those. We are. These need to go after now. Otherwise, they will not have depth on them. Maybe that's okay though, because those are the palettes. So you would just drag your brush over here and it would just get the color without it going through it. That would maybe be okay. But then the eggs would go on top of them. And then you could still change your color by doing like this, but you wouldn't see the color through it. So let's move them. All right, so that's for the palettes. Copy this code and move it after we clear all of our depth stuff. So we're gonna do that down. Do it after the eggs, doesn't really matter. We'll do it down here. That hopefully should work. I believe it will. We might get an error if it needed those defined before we were defining something else or using it, but I don't think we're doing anything like that. Okay, very good. Now it's going to be a bit weird looking right now because like this is like perfectly flat looking. Like that's, it actually doesn't look that bad, but it will make more sense probably when we have a collider because this is like perfectly flat. In theory, we don't even need that. We can just leave it like this, but there will be no like physical interaction between the book and the eggs. It's just like in the eyes of, you know, physics doesn't exist. So it's like a perfectly flat thing. And in the eyes of it colliding through things, it doesn't exist. It's perfectly flat thing. So it's not terrible. I mean, we need an outline for that egg. That's terrible. But other than that, it's not terrible. Let's paint the egg. I just want to, I know this works, but I just want to like make sure everything is working perfectly. I wonder if Medi would be a good way of testing the multiplayer mod. I don't know what Medi is. So, oh, Medley, not Medi, Medley. I don't know what that is. My paintbrush just flew away. Now I have white paint on. You know how you can control Medley with the command melody in WindMaker, the bird girl? A little bit. It's been many years since I played WindMaker, but I think I might know what you're talking about. Okay. You can control that bird. So you're saying the bird girl? You can control them? I don't remember. With the command melody, I don't remember controlling the bird girl, but I remember the bird girl being in the game. But it's been probably since the game came out since I last played that game, which is, I don't know, like 15 years, maybe more. All right, so the egg paint correct that detected that, so that's really good. Let's try to do an outline on that egg. So we will just, how do we want to do this? We can have a prepend render function that re-renders it with a black line around it. Okay, yeah, I just don't remember that part, Cult Zero. But yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. Let me look at what she looks like, because I remember a little bit in my head, but the way I'm thinking of her might not be what she looks like. So Windmaker Medley. Yeah, this girl. Okay, I definitely remember her. I just don't remember taking control over her. But yeah, that'd be kind of cool to have alongside. I mean, I guess you would need to, like, the issue with that is the animations that, so like if you just have two links, right, all the animations and like interactions of like weapons and stuff are like done for you. But then if you were to use this model, right, I don't know how it would work. Maybe you can like replace the armatures, but the just the way it's built in, it wouldn't have all the animations necessarily. Maybe you would because you can control it. But like for holding weapons and stuff, maybe she doesn't hold a sword, so there is no like code or animation or logic for that. Whereas if you just use another link model, then there would be that code and animation and logic. So, but yeah, that would look cool. It'd probably look cooler than having, two links. Yeah, I guess I vaguely remember that. It's been so many years. The radius check for the paints are also not in the best spot, so I'll have to fix that. Oh, this is interesting though. If we, right, that'll allow us, with clearing the depth buffer, that'll allow us to paint on the book. Whether or not it's a good thing, I don't really know, because it's like a perfectly flat thing. So even if you like paint there, it just treats it as a flat object. So maybe not the best, but maybe I don't care right now. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's just a mini game. Maybe if the paintbrush is too far over to the left, we won't spawn any paint drops. That would be one fix for it. That would work. I guess I don't really care. Let's have the black border spawning. I might do this in a lazy way. I think I probably will. Oh, we don't need this depth mask stuff here either anymore. Am I doing that in anything else still? I don't think I am. How to put it? I mean, literally just using have medley as she functions normally, played by a second player instead of controlled by the command melody. I think it would be a good test too, because I'm quite certain she takes less memory than like, oh, that's cool. And memory has been one of the issues with the multiplayer mod as it is currently. Yeah, I mean, it's worth testing, right? All right, so here we're going to have the egg spawn at a slightly higher scale, drawn black or close to black. Let's just not do it completely black. Let's have it so it like has an interesting little border where it like uses the pink and everything still. So let's do like 0.5. That might even be too dark. And just slightly larger scale. That's probably too much. It'd probably be too thick of a border, but let's just see what this looks like. If it even works. I mean, it's had the same name, but it shouldn't matter. Oh, we're not pushing it, right? That's because I have that stupid update thing that we're not using. Let's make that at least one line if I'm going to leave it there. Shouldn't even really leave it there, but if I am, one line is better. It separates it too much with 2 lines. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. And it looks a bit more like a 2D drawing too, which helps. It's still not in the right place. The border maybe too thick, maybe too dark. So that would be for here, 2.8, and then the scale, let's do 0.5, 1.05. And let's move the whole egg over because it's too close to the edge, right? So let's do 6.0, so 1.5 units over. So then, whoops. Also, knock on wood, this new keyboard hasn't freaked out yet. Okay, that's not bad. Something like that. It'd be cool if we can rotate it so it's not perfectly up and down. I think that would look cooler. I don't know if that would work really though, because of how we're doing these rotations and the scaling. Maybe it would. If we scale it first flat, how are we scaling it? Let me see. The z-axis. Yeah, I think that might work. So then we just need to have this rotation here, and then it'll be on, so it's on the x-axis, and then we need to rotate on the y-axis. We might need to change the order that we're rotating these. Just do math.pi, and then times just a small rotation on this. Like, let's just do 0.5, just a little tilt to it, so it's not so perfect. Hello, Dragon. How are you doing tonight? Did that work? It still looks up and down to me. Maybe I'm not doing the right axis or not in the right order. Let's do that larger though, a larger rotation, just to like really visualize this, right? So far so good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. All right, so either I think I might be doing the wrong axis, so let's just change the axis. And then it would look nicer with multiple patterns. Maybe I'll say draw either of these patterns, and you just have to draw one of them. Okay, so that worked. That's good. That's really good. And even that amount of rotation, it's kind of a lot, but I don't mind that. I wasn't going to do that much, but not that bad. I kind of wish we had like a cool pattern on the page, but I don't have a texture to do that, and I'm not sure how. Well, we have some textures, but not a good texture for that, I don't think. So I'm not sure how that would look. If we didn't use, we could. So this is one of our texture sheets. I guess we could do like that pattern. It might look okay. That look okay on a book, really? I still wish we could have a share that makes it look more cartoony, but whatever. We could also like turn off the UVs. Ooh, that would help. That would make it look more cartoony. I want to disable the UVs on this one. So just want to do think if I grab these two lines, we don't have to do this in the for loop. We can just reset them somewhere else, but it doesn't make much of a difference. This maybe is slightly less efficient. But let's get rid of the UVs on that. Make sure that works. So this egg, that our pattern egg wouldn't have that gradient on it, make it look a lot more flat and like drawn. Okay, good, that works. Yeah, that's good. And then maybe we'll do some things with colors and stuff, because it's kind of like really, really white right now. Not necessarily a bad thing, but probably not the best. So one of the reasons for that is our color multiplier, which is this. Let's comment that line out. I also don't love how much rotation it is. It's kind of too much. All right. It's not bad. Let's try a different pattern, right? Let's randomize the patterns. Yeah, let's start now that we know everything works, let's randomize the patterns on init. So that's like this, which we should be resetting the goal pattern in here. Yeah. So this is going to be random value. So it's going to be math.random times our egg game patterns length. And then we just want to floor that off. I just want to make sure we're actually checking for that everywhere, and we're not always using 0 somewhere. Like here, yeah, here we're using 0. Don't want that. Is that right? Oh, maybe that's pattern is this. So our pattern, we just don't want to redefine, right? We're looping through a leg. So if I just comment this line out, because we already have pattern defined here and we're already rotating it, that should be okay. And then there we're using it. Okay, so that should be good. And we need to make an exit function still. It shouldn't be so hard though. That should be pretty easy. I just want to paste in all of this. I'm gonna exit the wrong way. Paste in the new code. And then paste in the init function. Right. So now every time I init, we should get a different pattern. I don't know if I'm okay with how that's showing the stripe pattern. I might want to rotate it a little bit, but it's not bad. So now if I re-init, we should get a different pattern. Yes. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Really cool. Now I just had to figure out how we want all this gameplay stuff. I mean, right now, like if we just, it doesn't look amazing, but if we drew the pattern on the left on one of these eggs, it would run the wind. It would detect the wind. It would detect that you painted it correctly. It wouldn't do anything, but it would detect it, and like we can have it. So that's, you know, you won then, and we exit out of the game and whatever. So it's good. It's not. It doesn't look good though, and it needs to just overall be a bit better. But like, it's done-ish. We need to create more patterns probably, because we only have 3 like real patterns and 1 test pattern. This is our test pattern, because I don't want to sit painting for minutes. We might also have our win fail state, and our win state we basically know, you know, paint the egg. Our fail state we don't really know. It could be a timer that we're gonna have, and then if you don't paint it within, I don't know, 3 minutes, then you lose. Or you just paint at your leisure until you get done. The only issue with that is if you don't get done, you're stuck in the game. We don't have a way to exit out, you know, on your own will. So we don't have any sort of, maybe I could just have like, some sort of thing you can click or some sort of, I don't know exactly. I'd rather it be something a little bit more immersive and intuitive than just like a button you click that says exit minigame. Like, I don't want that. It's gonna like not, it's gonna be like ruin the immersion of this. Rather have it be some sort of in-game element that makes sense, which we could do. So if we put a collider on this book, which we probably do want, we can have it so like, it has that slope to it so things roll off the book. It doesn't need that. We could just put a box slider on it. But, just thinking of options here. How can we get away with like, because the eggs look fine, right? And the book looks fine. But if you were to drag the egg onto the book, like they're both white, basically, and that's like not great. I mean, again, it is just a mini game, so none of this really matters too much. It doesn't need to be super, super polished. Should I try painting that? It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, we should probably change our background color at the very least, if not the entire texture on it. Let's go. Let me have a color picker open. Hold on. So maybe not this green. I like the green. It looks okay, but like since we can paint the eggs green too, it kind of like, I don't know. It's not the same green, so it's not that bad, but at the same time, it's not that great. So I was thinking more of like a woody tan color, like a nice, I don't know, like we can't get it too close to yellow either. Something kind of like this. Maybe that. Maybe I need a bit more saturation. Maybe something like that. I'm going to leave the old color there just in case I want to go back to, I'll call it like mint green. It's like a minty, sagey green. I don't know. I'm not good at knowing the names of colors. Okay, and then we're going to paste this in. Divide all these values by 255. And let's see if that tan looks a lot nicer. Yes, maybe. I think so. Maybe we should put a texture on it too, like a wooden texture as well as a color. Yeah, the rotation on the pattern is way too much. It's bothering me. Let's fix that. I like the slight rotation. I'd like if there were several patterns slightly rotate randomly, like different ways. Hey. It's going well. I mean, it's basically almost done. Oops, I changed the rotation on there. Kind of gives me an idea accidentally that we can like have a wobbly-ish pattern like outline to that instead of it's a consistent outline. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so that was here. I want to do even less, I think. Just need to do it on both of these. Which is why it's not the most elegant way I'm doing this. I guess if I want to be a little bit more elegant, we would have a prepend render function on it that draws it darker and then draws it again lighter on top of it, and that would be, oh, but then we have to scale it and stuff. I don't know. This is probably fine. I forgot we had that pattern. That pattern's not too difficult to make. Let's try that. There's not really much reason to try it, but let's try it anyway. No, I'm not going to spend my time doing that. I'm not going to waste mine and your time doing that because that's so awkward to get that triangle. I have to like rotate it more. At least it's easy enough. Maybe we need to like work on the colliders on it. I don't know. If we rotate the egg though, it'll be easier. I thought this was white. Oh, I dipped back into green by accident. Alright, I'm not going to work on doing that though, because we don't even have a win state firing, like no function. We detect it, but we don't do anything with that detection. So I'm not going to do that. Maybe we need to darken the book so it's not clashing with the color of the eggs. Because if I put this on top, they're not actually the same anymore. How did that change? I didn't think I made a change with that, but apparently I did. Huh. That's weird. Is it a... Oh. It's a daytime thing. Okay. Let's just put a color on that. That's like 95% brightness. Okay. So now even in daytime, that's a lot better, yeah. Even in daytime, they don't blend in perfectly. They're still similar color, which is I guess what we want, but they don't blend in perfectly. So we just have like, this is not like great because we just have like a flat pattern. Whoops, I need to release the mouse. I should probably fix that soon as well. But this is not perfect yet. We just have a flat drawing here. It doesn't really, it's not super intuitive. It doesn't tell you like what to do with that. I guess the dialogue beforehand can help with some of that, like when we talk to the NPC to initiate the minigame, you know, he'll be like, here's a book of my designs, please help me make these, or something along that, right? Hey Steve White, how are you doing tonight? So that would, you know, help with that. But I'm not sure. And I don't love how this looks. And I wish we could have more than one, but then that defeats some of the purpose of what we're doing. It's too hard. Like if I made the user make 3, it's too hard. It needs to be 1. It'll get too frustrating. So the other option, well, I could be fine with how this looks, or the other option is to have more, right? And then yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I hope so. So worked hard on that. The version on the server is ever so slightly out of date, even from before this stream, because the transition bug is still on the server version. So like when you're walking around, sometimes things will pop in and out weirdly. But I fixed that, I believe, now. So whenever I update the build, it'll be better. I guess now that the camera is, I'm more confident that it's in the right spot, we can put in a new magic number to realign the mouse. It just needs a stronger multiplier, I think. So it's in cursor, and then wherever my magic number is, should be right around here. Is it? Okay, maybe down here, yeah. Where's my magic number? this magic multiplier. Let's just test out different values. And I think the cursor is, yeah, on here. So just paste this in real quick so it's easy to update on the fly to make sure I get the right value. I'm hoping my camera is actually in the right position now. Okay, I think that number actually needs to be smaller, not larger. Hopefully this is updating correctly. Let's go a little bit more extreme with that because it doesn't seem to be making a difference yet, but might be changing that too small. Is that better? I think it might be. Just need to be making larger changes here. Maybe just 7 is what we want. I don't know. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, I don't know what's wrong with that number. Hopefully the camera's actually in the right position, so it will at least be a consistent magic number. All right, so what do we need to change here? I mean, ideally we wouldn't have this UI stuff, but it doesn't really matter. I guess this would, no, it wouldn't break it. No, it would break it. Ooh, interesting. Look what I've done. That's kind of cool. So yeah, I should probably disable all of that. Trying to see where the cursor is though, because then we can do some interesting things where I drag. No, I don't know that work. We can walk around the mini game. Whoa, glowing bug. We can see how nothing actually makes sense. It only makes sense from top down. Okay, so probably want to fix that. It's not really that bad. I mean, yeah, obviously it is, but the only way that will break is if you open up your inventory and re-equip an item. It'll automatically unequip when you go into it. It just don't put it back on. See, now here's an issue with the camera, but that's, I'm pretty sure the values that I have on though are the correct ones, I think, because as you init it, the less it has to lerp. I hope and I think. It's hard to know for sure because everything's so shitty. All right, should I just leave it like this and then have it so it exits the game at the win state if you drew it, and then the dialogue will be most of the information that tells you withdraw. It sucks how plain this book image looks. Like it's just like an empty page with just one thing there. So that's not great. You can draw like the same egg 3 times at different rotations and scales or something. I don't know. Is that stupid? Probably. And maybe a collider box for the book, but I don't really care. I don't want to spend too much time on this and polishing because we've already spent like, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, maybe 4 days on it. I don't think 4 days. I think 2 or 3 days. So I just want to get to a point where I can leave it alone for like months, or at least weeks, and it'll be functional enough. So let's just have it so when you win, it exits out of the game. So we need to write an exit function. We still don't even have that. And then I'll be happy. It doesn't look amazing, but we're not working on looks. We're working on getting it functionally complete, right? So dot exit is a function. And then I'll work on getting the structure subentities working. Okay, how are we doing this for like fire tower? So I don't know how I'm having the player start render again, right? Because we have player dot renderable. We're setting that off here, but are we ever resetting it? No. So how did I? Well, obviously we're gonna call go outdoors. We'll put this in, but this isn't gonna do what we want. I'll just show what happens when we call this, right? We just call this. Our camera doesn't rotate. We don't see our player. So where are we swapping the camera back? Cameras, right? Are we ever... that's strange. I don't know how we're making it work here, but not in the other one. I mean, obviously we can have a cache and reset the cache and everything when we exit. It's just confusing that we don't need to do that here. I don't know what I did to make this just work when we exit out of it. Maybe it's the way we initiate the minigame, the go indoors function. Maybe that automatically is creating a cache for one but not the other. Yeah, because that's on a callback. Am I doing that on a callback? I think I am, though. Pretty sure I am. Yeah, that's all on a callback. All right. And that is also room false. It doesn't, I mean, I can pretty easily fix this up anyway. I just wanted to know how I'm doing it better here than what I'm about to write. Let's look at this function and see if we are creating a cache, which I think we might be. I just don't know why it's not using that cache. Are we creating a cache? Yeah, so we have a game.world.player cache, and it resets our camera, it caches our camera and everything. So why is it not using that cache? Or is it setting the cache at the wrong values? Maybe it is. Shouldn't, if it, maybe we're not doing the callback function correctly. Maybe we're not doing the callback correctly. That would explain a lot. Let's have something defined here. I don't know what I want to call it. Build. And I want to look at how we're doing it in Fire Tower. Okay. I guess that's fine. I don't love it, but it'll be fine. And I just want to call this exit function if you paint your egg correctly. And then I'm going to work on other more important things. And then by the time next Easter comes around, hopefully all the Easter things I'll be doing a little bit before Easter and getting everything polished and ready at that point. Also, maybe when okay, I mean, it's good for this being a separate function anyway, probably, hopefully. I know I did wrong, though. It's because I re-initted it twice, so it reset the cache. So this was a bit unnecessary, probably. That's okay. I guess it's better for this to be in its own function. We should just be able to call it like this, though. We shouldn't need that extra stuff wrapped around it, I don't think. maybe I should undo what I just did. No, if we ever want to do something separate in it after we go, before we go indoors, and this is stuff that's after indoors, after that callback function is, I guess it's better to separate it. Ideally, all the shit in here will be separated into their own functions as well. But whatever, it's fine. Let's do a hard refresh, and then use the init and exit functions, and then see how this goes. And then I'll just have it, I'll just keep exiting and initting until we have the really simple pattern, and then make sure that exits out of the minigame, and then we're done. And then I will work on sub-entity issues. Okay, call this function. Okay, so maybe that does need to be wrapped in. Maybe player's not defined when it needs it. No, player's defined. Oh, I put fire tower there because I was copy pasting stuff. Whoops. And there is no build function for that. All right, so let's go outdoors. Loads slower for you on localhost than it does for me on a live build. I mean, maybe just because your computer's better than mine. I'm not sure. Errors. Okay, let's put back what we had here. Which kind of sucks in a way, but if I ever come back and clean this up, then I will do that. And that breaks it. All right, let's try this once more. 8 core, 16 thread with 32 gig RAM. Yeah, I think I do have that much RAM. It's just my CPU. I think for like everything else other than my CPU is pretty good. And that's why the world loading is going to be slower, because that's done on the CPU. I could throw more web workers at it, but then it increases the load time before you get into the world. So kind of sucks. But, you know, this is fast enough for me. We don't have the really long lag spikes. Everything's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, so init the minigame. Hopefully no errors this time, because I don't know what I did wrong. No errors. Damn it, what did I fucking change? Since when did I break that? All right, let's undo more. Let's just undo. Maybe I did something silly. All right, so this amount should work, because that's all we really had to do, I believe. I had to test it by not initting the game twice. Oh. Okay, that's probably what it was, Steve. I've already undid everything though, but it's okay because I didn't like how it was anyway. But yeah, if I had that in there, then yeah, that's probably what happened. Wait, is it still in there? Fuck. Okay, I gotta look for if anything here says fire tower. No, I don't think so. How did I break this? It was working. Is this not? Oh, I'm stupid. I put that there for while I was debugging stuff in console. Okay. I even said, let's not leave that there. And then I left it there. Fucking shit. Okay. Maybe I should try to also work on the whole camera issue. But I don't really want to. And it's not that much of an issue. Sometimes it like spawns in way zoomed out though, and that is an issue. I just don't really care right now. I want to be done with this Easter egg minigame. I got more important stuff to be working on. Okay, init. Okay, thank you. It's working. Okay, so I'm gonna do exit. The camera is a little bit fucky, but I don't care about that right this second. Okay, so it is exiting correctly. It has all the caches being restored. The only exception is it's not relocking the mouse. So that will be easy in our exit function. We just want to, I'm not 100% sure what it's called. Is it just like lock mouse? I think it might just be lock mouse. Yeah. So in our exit function, we just want to call that. Probably should be doing it with the cache instead to make sure it was locked on a init. Whatever. I won't do that right now. It should probably always. Well, maybe it wouldn't be. It's okay. We'll fix it next Easter. Okay. Let's try that again. Running it. See if the camera's still fucked up. Maybe we can do something that will help with the shitty. I don't know, like, what is up with that. Maybe we can do something that forces it though. Exit. Okay, so at least the cache and stuff is working correctly. And it should be randomizing our pattern. Yes, it is. So that's the easy pattern. My camera's too fucking zoomed in. And I don't know, it shouldn't be a POV thing, like, an FOV rather. It shouldn't be an FOV thing. I probably could paint the egg this zoomed in because at least I could see where the pink paint is. But what is up with this? All right, I'm just gonna paint this egg the right pattern. Make sure it detects it. Although I don't have the code in right now that exits the minigame, so when we have our paint it correctly thing logging, right? We just want to exit out the minigame. There is no reward right now. The reward probably will be you get a like little mini version of the egg you just painted, right? And also you will get probably some money as well. Something like that. Okay, paste this in. Is that inside a init? No, it's an update. Okay, good. So in theory, when I finish painting this egg, it'll just close and exit out of the minigame. I don't know what's wrong with the camera. Did I paint the whole thing? Am I missing a triangle? What the fuck? So we know that works. Like, we know that would be firing because we've done this before. All right, that's right. This was working like 5 minutes ago. Let's look at this. Let's log this value and see what this is doing. It shouldn't really matter because they should all be the same. Whoops, that's not egg game. Still not broken though. Okay. That's supposed to be this. dot pattern checker number thing. That shouldn't even matter though for this particular thing, right? Because I guess we're not resetting it. That really shouldn't matter because the pattern is symmetrical, but maybe there's something weird with, I don't know. Okay, that did work. Oh, right. We're not. Okay. So we're not setting it to inactive, so it's gonna keep running. There's some other issues, like we do want to destroy like the physics world and everything with it. I don't know why it needed that column check, but I'm not going to worry about it too much as long as it detects that it painted correctly. Even though every column should be the same, because it's just a single, pattern that wraps around the egg. Right. So in the exit function, let's have this defined var egg game is this. Whoops, I deleted a line somehow by accident. Okay, var egg game is that. Then we want to set egg game.active to false. We also should be destroying the physics world. Let's see what we're creating. So we have a physics scene, right? That's what it's called. And our physics scene, is that attached to a game somewhere? Hopefully it is. I think it should be. Yeah, a game.physics scene. There should be a thing to destroy that in the documentation. If we just look at cooking though, if we look at our physics scene, see where I'm like removing physics scenes. So that's what we're creating. So we're adding bodies. I just want to like hopefully look through here. Set it to false. But I want to like properly destroy it. Maybe setting it to false would destroy it though, because it'll get garbage collected, right? So we'll try that as well. Maybe I should look at the documentation. Okay, so if I just paste this in, it should work. Yes. Okay. Good. All right. I should test it out again just to make sure it all works and nothing weird happens. I only want to do it when we have the right pattern. See, like I don't want to spend my time making that complex pattern right now. No time for that. So I have to like exit it. And then just it's a random chance, right, of each pattern. So okay, there. It only took 2 tries. Camera's still fucked up. I don't care right now. Maybe like later tonight or tomorrow I'll check on it, but I have other things to work on other than this mini game. Paintbrush, come back. Fuck. The camera's too zoomed in. Okay, there we go. No. Okay, I see it. One more little block. Yay. Yay. It works. Okay. That's good. All right. I am done with that mini game for the time being. So let me try to update my overlay thing because I have an overlay now. It's just running really shitty. And I'm just going to write, currently working on fixing I don't know. I'm fixing some sort of bug. No reward, not yet. I don't care. I want to be done with the game. If I want to, I can just give the player more currency. But I don't want to just do that right now because I want to give them little models of the eggs in their inventory. But I'm not doing that right now. There's no way. I'm tired of this mini game. It's not Easter anymore. I don't want to work on it anymore. I'll work on it next spring probably. Maybe if I'm feeling in an Eastery mood in a couple days, we'll come back to it. All right, so what am I working on? I'm currently working on fixing, I'll just write sub entity bug. Now it's supposed to, I should just be able to save this file and it should update the overlay, but that's not working. So I have to like manually go into OBS and then I have to do this. Okay, now it should be updated. I will have to fix that in the future, but you know, this overlay thing I wrote in like 2 seconds, so. Okay, let's close some of these files. All right, so the files in question for fixing this bug are the chunk builder, which we shouldn't need that much. It's going to be mostly our village bug, our village file, our small structure file, and one other one. Hey, pause it. How are you doing? Oh, I didn't write bug, did I? I just wrote fixing sub entity. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta fix that. You're tired? Go to sleep. Take a nap. You don't have to be here. All right, there's one other file. This is a concern. And I can find it fairly easily because I have temp disable. Also, I guess spelled wrong. I wonder how many times I spelled that wrong. Hopefully everywhere, so it's easy to find. No, it was only that one file. Damn it. But it should be temp dis. Okay. So it's property is the other file. Okay. So these 3 files. And let's just look at where I have temp dis. So it's our chunk sub entities are divided into, you've been sleeping 10 hours. What am I breaking again? Okay, so I had to temporarily disable our sub entities for structures because they're done in a separate place than other sub entities. So by me fixing, you know, this works really well now. It detects all the sub entity placements. I can interact with them. It works right. It's we have that like double sized chunk done to optimize things, so the low LOD chunks are double the size. But by doing all of that and optimizing and fixing things, chunk subentities is not just an array that you can just use now, because there's 4 different versions, right? Because if I go to MS Paint, wherever I have this, right? You know, what we were working on, I don't know when that was, 2 days ago or whatever. We have our 2x2 chunks. So now chunk subentities, there used to be an array and it would just show for, you know, the entire chunk, but now there's 3 other chunks associated with it, so it has to figure out, you know, should it be this one, should it be this one, should it be this one, or this one. So it shouldn't be too hard to fix. I think I can probably even, since it's a global variable, I can probably even overwrite which one we're on inside this for loop and then set it back, because it's these bits here. So if we looked at what we were on, chunk sub entities, so that's this bit here. So if we went up to the top, I want to call it a different variable name, and I'm gonna, I guess, make it global. I'm gonna say var current chunk subentities. I know it shouldn't be like quite done this way globally, but it's in a web worker, so it's not that big of a deal. It would probably make more sense if I said, I don't know, something dot this, even if I did like web worker, but then it's basically global anyway at that point, so it doesn't really make a difference. But they should be in some sort of object. One global object and put every global variable inside that one global object. But it doesn't really matter, just keeping things clean. Okay, so in here then, we're gonna have this set to a reference of this. And then that means we can probably even do that on the line. Did I fuck this up again? Okay, people that know Windows or something or whatever, what am I doing that's making it so when I place my cursor, it overwrites what's in front of it? What initiates that of Windows? Or my keyboard? I'm using a different keyboard, right? That I haven't used. And I think I'm pressing a key that might not be on my other keyboard that's causing that. Insert? The fuck is the insert key? Do I have one of those? I mean, I can just close the file and reopen it and it fixes it. I don't see an insert key. All right. I guess I'll above the arrow keys. So I have, well, okay, maybe it's is it this key? Oh, okay. So for me, because I'm using a old Apple keyboard. For me, that button is called help. So when I do the help button, I guess that's acting as insert. But thank you. Now I know that. I guess I'm accidentally bumping that one. It's next to my delete key, I guess. So I was deleting something and I accidentally bumped it. But yeah, it doesn't say insert on that. It says help. Very strange. All right, so we have our current chunk subentities. Thank you guys for helping me with that. Current chunk subentities. We assign it to this one. That does mean probably we could use it here instead of doing this conditional. And that should work. And then we can get rid of this. And then in those other files, instead of calling chunk subentities, we want to say current chunk subentities. And then hopefully that's all I had to do. And then it's going to just be fixed. Okay, that we want commented out still, I believe, right? Because this whole thing was commented out. This probably wasn't. Maybe it was. No, it wasn't. Okay. I suppose here as well. Okay, this one was commented out though. I'm like 95% sure. All right, so we need to do the same thing in the next two files, and then we should hopefully be good, and it'll just work. It could be wrong. I might not be doing this right. Okay, one more file. Only 2 instances of it in this file. Okay, so in theory, we refresh now. Everything will work. I also have some theories about the black screen that goes before the menu screen in Chrome, like if you refresh. I have some theories of how I can maybe make that screen not stay as long. I don't know if it's related to web workers, but if it were, we can wait to initiate or define the web workers just on not like the execution of the file. It could just be like literally like a millisecond later, and I think that would probably help if that's the reason that's breaking. I'm not 100% sure. I forgot we're randomizing the positions on these reads. Shouldn't be doing that, but it was just a lazy test. Okay, so these subentities appear to still be working. Kind of sucks that the shadow map takes a while to get recreated, but a big reason for that is because the game is still loading in. Once that's done, it should be fine. We do have a dedicated rebuffer web worker now, so things should be snappier when we like pick something up. It should regenerate everything very fast. Doesn't seem super fast right now. I'm not sure what the reason for that is. Maybe I'm not using my... No, I definitely am. I don't know what the reason is for that being a little slow, but it's not that bad. But the main test we're doing here is our structures subentities working. So before, like if we went to this village building, we wouldn't be able to enter in any of these shops. Hopefully now it's working. But it is not. Receive subentity data for deleted chunk. Also, I spelled that wrong, but that's okay. Okay, so it's not 100% fixed. I kind of want to test this out with, well, no, it should work for this file though. In chunk builder, we're defining it as a reference to that. And it works for the other subentities and not structure one, the non-structure ones. I can look at what's going inside the village file just to make sure I didn't like miss something. It definitely shouldn't be that. I shouldn't say definitely. I'm pretty confident it's not that. And then here we have current chunk subentities, current chunk subentities. All of that should be good. Maybe I shouldn't be saying var here. Yeah, maybe not, because it won't maybe update in global namespace then. Right. That could be an issue. All right, let's try that again. I really should assign it to some sort of global object. I just don't know what I want to call it though. In the web worker. I guess I could call it web worker. I mean, what I would use to have it like window in a web worker isn't called window, it's called self. So I could just set it to self dot whatever, But I'd rather just come up with a nice global object that I could think of for it. Web worker is the best thing I can think of, but then at that point, why not just use self? Okay, hopefully this worked this time. Yes, okay. So I know what I was doing wrong for that little bug there. So it's done. We need to work on indoor layouts. What do we have a bug or just a lag spike? Just a lag spike. And that's probably mostly due to Chrome's shitty input, yeah. It's strange that that's happening indoors, but it's like Chrome, this does not happen in Firefox. Chrome inputs are they're really shitty. Especially for the mouse locker API, but it's more than just that. It's also just like the mouse movement as well. It's just everything is like shittier in Chrome than at least Firefox. Okay, so this is working well. We fixed that bug. What do I want to do next? I thought that would take longer, so I didn't really plan anything out. Or maybe I did and I forgot, but what to work on next? Maybe for the insect placements, I should work on those so they're not so shit. They actually work fairly well on this type of subentity. I guess I should work on the animations, yeah? Yeah. Let's make it so for some reason the animations on the non-butterfly insects, when they're just like on a subentity, they're flying. Obviously that shouldn't be. So that will be what I do next. I will try to update that overlay thing. I know it's like a pain, but hopefully I fix that later. Working on fixing insect animation bugs. No pun intended. Okay, so that's under properties. Reload that. Okay. So we want to open up the animal file. And I don't know what else. Maybe that should be basically all we need. It's strange that it works correctly on, although that's offset weird. I guess we need to make a better animation for that. Okay, there's some issues with their placements still. It worked out well for some of them, but not all of them. So the actual generation of the placements is also wrong. That's not necessarily what I'm going to work on right now, though. I'm going to work on the animations, then the generation of the placements. We can work on, but the animation thing is what's bothering me. So that would be somewhere under here. Calling it on tree, it should be called like on subentity, but doesn't matter right now. Okay, so here, if that is it, we set the animation. It's on set action. Maybe we're never setting the action on them. We can try some things. So if I go into console, and if I do my get, what is it? U.get nearest? Yeah, get nearest entity. Let's see what that returns. Okay, so it returns right because that is under, like, it's a particle or something. So our entities is, I think, game.world.particles, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So there is our entity that we're near, which is this wasp, right? Okay, so it should have a set action on there, but it doesn't look like it does. I know I spelled that wrong, but it's still not completing. Oh no, it does. Okay. So let's just pass through this and see if that stops this animation on this wasp, and then we know we're not calling this correctly somewhere. Okay, so that does not fix it, and it returns false. It would return false if this action is not action. Shouldn't that be what we're setting that? Okay. So we can set the action to that and then call the set action function, I suppose. Or maybe we can just set the action and set, like, just set this dot action is this, and maybe then we'll automatically call set action. Let's see. If we just run this. Okay, so that does not work. If we run this now, it still returns false. It would only return false. Oh, if the action is currently action. I read that backwards. So if it is, then we don't need to set it, right? However, the animation does not seem to be right. If we call set animation now, so we're doing probably things a little bit out of order. If we call set animation and we call it, I guess walk is the one we're using. Why are we doing that? I don't really know. It should be idle. Okay, so that does fix it. That's good. So we just have to be careful about either where we're setting the action or the animation when we're spawning those in. We're probably spawning those in web workers, probably. This should be what's happening with it. So we have an action here. We have start action. We can just call set animation here and it might work. Does this return something? Because I definitely want it to return something. Like the entity. I don't necessarily want to set it here, although that might fix it forever in the future, so it's not really that important. Yeah, I guess I could. If we just passed animation, it's weird that if we set these values, though, it doesn't work. Let's see when we're creating an entity where we're using set action and stuff. One thing we can do is we can create the entity. I definitely want it to return though. So let's look at our utility.spawn. I guess it's in here. Yeah. Why are we not returning? Let's return stuff. Return. So we can use that, right? Whoops. Does this return it though? Maybe that doesn't. Okay, hold on. Since I don't know if that create function returns the entity, let's just return the entity. I guess here, return entity. Okay, now here we have our var entity. Right, and then maybe we just want to set the action here. I don't know why this doesn't just work, but since it's not, let's try this. And then let's comment out both of these lines. Let's see what that does. I don't think that's really what we're going to want, but I guess since it, yeah, maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. We can call a set action function on it. I guess that would work. Doing a start action on it should also work. So this is not necessarily fixing it the right way. But let's just see if this fixes it anyway. Okay, so we have an error. Positions of undefined for the animation. Excuse me. I wonder if one of those don't have a walk animation. I guess they wouldn't necessarily. But why does it work for Corona? Why does it work for the butterflies? That's the weird bit. I guess because they don't have that animation, yeah. But if it doesn't have the animation, we don't want to have an error. We want to have it like just not change the animation. So this might fix half of it and break half of it, but that's okay. So that would be under animal or set action, which calls set animation. If that animation, okay, we're not really doing much with that. If that animation doesn't exist for that model, right, so it's part of this, which is our probably update functions for set animation or something. I don't really know, or just the update in general. And then when we're trying to animate it, it doesn't have those positions. So everything should have idle in the animation. So if the animation's already set, then return. If it's not already set, we just want to do a little bit of like error checking here. So target frames are the models, base model animations at that name. So we want to just say if this with the name so I want to check if it does have it or if it doesn't have it. I guess I could say if it does have it. This might not be written the best, but I just want to see if this fixes things. Return, and then what I can also do is we'll just set it to idle if it doesn't, and maybe we'll console.warn here. Set animation called for an animation that does not exist. And then I don't know what I want to log exactly. We'll log the base model name and the animation name, something like that. And then we're going to force the animation name to be set to idle, because hopefully, if I think correctly, every animal should have an idle animation. They won't all have a fly animation. They won't all have a walk animation. Why the first return? Can't you just do that and go straight into it instead? Well, the first return is just like if we're calling set animation and the animation name is already, so we're basically checking if it's already set, and then we return, because we don't need to rerun that logic, right? So if I'm accidentally ever calling set animation for set the animation to walk, but the animation's already on walk, then just return, because we don't need to do anything with it. But can't I just do doesn't equal and go straight into it instead? Well, does that still apply once I explained it, or it's basically just, not doing extra stuff if we don't need to. I'm trying to think of if it doesn't equal how that would help really. Because it would still, we don't want anything below, we want to just like stop execution. Why not just execute only if it's not equal? So you mean like basically do if and then wrap the entire thing. So if it does not equal name, then wrap the entire thing. I feel like doing the return is more elegant than doing this, because then like each time we want to do something like that, we're indenting, right? I mean, yeah, this is the same thing, but I have to make sure it's wraps around the entire block. And if we had a lot of code, then we're doing that. If we want to do another kind of check like that where we return, we're going to indent again and again, unless there's a bad reason, if there's a reason not to use return, I feel like this is the more elegant solution. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a matter of preference too. I don't know. All right, and then obviously don't need a call return down here, but maybe I would want to. No, we won't. So we'll have this warning set and see if that's firing. Because I'm guessing like for the butterflies and stuff, those don't have walk animations. They just have idle and fly animations. So I'm guessing those ones will be firing. Yeah. Okay. That makes them all fly instantly though, which I don't love. Why would that not set them to idle? So that even the ones that do have an idle animation or a walk animation or whatever, yeah, even the ones that do have a walk animation are also not setting it to that where they're flying. Okay, let's figure out what's happening. So when we go back to where we're spawning them in web workers, let's leave this action stuff alone, because the action's correct. It's the animation that's incorrect. This is kind of shit. I should probably try to fix this the right way instead of the hacky way. This would work probably. That would work. I'm pretty sure. And maybe I'm okay with that because it's like only one place, and we're probably only doing those sub-entity placements in this one place and nowhere else. If we were doing it other places, This would be pretty shitty. I mean, it's still pretty shitty. What I should be doing is trying to figure out what's breaking it here, where we have our start action setting correctly, but not setting the animation. Yeah, so that technically does work, although we don't have the animation on the butterflies. Let's see if they're working on the like beetle type insects. Like, I don't know, a wasp or a beetle or anything that's not that has a walking animation. Okay, I think there's one over here. Yeah, so that is working. Curious that doesn't set it to the idle animation for those though, because I'm setting it here that if it doesn't have it, we set the animation name to idle, and that should exist. So those should be animating, but they're, oh, they are. They are. Why did it seem like they weren't? Do some of them not have fly animations? Okay, so this is all technically working. I probably want those on idle anyway and not walk, and just create better idle animations for those. So maybe I can, I'm going to comment that out. I'm going to change the insect on tree start animation in here to idle. And maybe this will just fix everything anyway. I kind of like the walk animation on the beetles for them on the tree, especially if I had them walk around a little bit on the tree. But right now they're just in place anyway, so let's see how this looks. But I don't want the idle animations for them to be completely static, and they're probably a pretty similar or same temporary animation as walk anyway on those insects. Or maybe I have it set to the fly one. I'm not sure. We have to log that and see what the animation is actually set to. So, whoops, that's not really what I meant to do. Okay, so that's the right thing. Let's look at what the animation. Name is okay, so that's not right. So it doesn't fix it all right there right away. But if I put this back and I did idle, perhaps that would fix it. And then I suppose I'll work on their placements on each subentity. Some subentities work pretty well in their placements in the right place, like on trees. Some are completely wrong, like on the bushes, and then some are kind of wrong, like on these cattail reeds. So, gotta figure all that out. Okay, so hopefully they're all using idle. See, it's strange with, maybe there's, oh no, it's working. It might be a bit of delay until it starts working, maybe. Let's see beetle guy. Yeah, so that just does the same animation but much slower. That's how we have the idle animation. You know, that's all good, that's fine. I'm not really necessarily fixing this bug the correct way. And the idle animations for the butterflies need to be fixed. But since we have this working, now I can go into, all right, so if we went into our cattail file, right, and we look at our insect placement generation code, right, right, I can do stuff differently with this. Now, where do I want them on these subentities? I can have them on the side. I can have them kind of like 45 degrees on top. I can have them flat on top. I feel like I like them on the side because it's a nice flat area of it. So it's almost right. But it's not Like, and then that one is like almost perfect here. Let me get out my binoculars, even though you're going to be able to see the really shitty texturing, which it doesn't look bad during normal gameplay. I have to wait for this to lerp. I got to fix my camera lerping issues. It doesn't really look bad during normal gameplay, but when you really zoom into it, you can really see all the shittiness to it. So that one's almost working. It's a little bit clipping. I think the position might be correct, but the rotation might be incorrect. However, yeah, maybe that's most of the issue. I want to find one that they're like not on that side. And I need to make sure their wind data is correct, so they're swaying in the wind the right amount, which it doesn't look like they are, I don't think. I don't think they are. But maybe they are. Yeah, I guess they are. Yeah, that's moving around the same rate. Okay. So let's look at what we're doing wrong with this. A lot of confusing code here. So this is the window, this is the positions, and this is the rotation. We're bringing it down 0.2 on the Y. This should be fairly correct here. Might want to bring them out a tiny bit more, but I don't know what's with that floating one. That might, I don't know what's up with that. Okay, is that backwards or not? It's hard to tell. Might just want to bring them out a bit. It all looks fairly accurate. The butterfly's going worse because the animation needs to be fixed, because the animation does not stay flat. It kind of goes into the negative area. Then we have things like this. So why is this one worse? That makes me think I'm doing something more incorrect. The angle still looks right, just the amount we push them out, which would be like these values here, looks incorrect. When we remodel this too, it's going to be a pain because this is probably not the model that's going to get left on. So I shouldn't spend too much time on this. I mostly just wanted to fix the animation bug, which I basically have at this point. So I don't really care about this bit too much, really. I can try just multiplying the radius by 2 to bring them out a bit further. I think that might help a tiny bit, have a little bit less clipping. I don't know why there's some inconsistencies, but this is not the bug I'm trying to fix right now. I'm trying to fix the bug with the animations, which is fixed, but in a kind of shitty way. Okay, that is actually pretty informative of what I might have been doing wrong, maybe. Because that made it worse, but that's a good thing because I can tell what I was doing wrong, but these are all inversed. Okay. So if we just inverse these, maybe I should also be doing this. It shouldn't make a difference, right? It should be fine. All right, refresh, see what happens. So maybe I don't have to multiply it by 2 now. Maybe I just need to inverse it, and then it would be correct. I think I'm going to make a voice chat thing now, you know? Like TeamSpeak or Mumble. Okay. I mean, just as like a practice thing, because like why there's probably enough of those out there if like needing to actually make a new one, but is it just like kind of like, you know, to learn from it? Okay, so I think the only issue was that they were inverse. I shouldn't multiply by 2. There's enough of everything. That's not true. There's not enough of the game I'm building right now. I wish there were more games like what I'm building right now. There's nothing like it. Um, but yeah, I mean it's good practice to just mess around with different things that will hopefully be fun to build. Yeah, there's definitely some genres like for a while they're coming back now, but you know, like the whole thing was for a while with some of the video games out there, you know, point and click adventures, those went away and there weren't enough of those. But now like they made it a little bit of a comeback. Okay, so these placements look correct, but there's definitely things out there that there aren't enough of, and I wish people still did. For things that are more creative, you know, there's kind of, it's kind of a weird way to word it, but like there's like more things allowed to coexist, whereas like with a service like, you know, TeamSpeak or Mumble, you know, only like a few of those are like allowed to coexist before it's just like, oh, there's enough of them. But then with things that are more creative, you know, like let's just say movies for example, you know, there, even if there's very few, I mean there's obviously a lot of action movies. I wish I could think of a genre that's a little bit more niche, but you know, things that are more creative, there's more of them are allowed to coexist. Like, you know, you wouldn't want only 2 action movies to exist, you know, they'd be okay with there being hundreds or thousands. But then with things that are less creative, like a service like that, you know, you don't need hundreds or thousands. Not enough documentary movies. Yeah, that might be true. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, movies was probably a bad example because there's a lot of everything. It's just the first thing that came to mind. Is the grass placed in circles? It somehow looks like that. It's the billboarding. So they're all rotated towards the camera. So if the camera's top down, they're all rotating towards, you know, towards the camera. So it looks shitty. I might not allow you to have your camera that top down because it just looks so crap. And the highest I might let you bring your camera angle up to is like maybe about here, and then it doesn't look as bad. I wish I could blend the grass in perfectly so you wouldn't even see that sharp edge to it ever, but that's really difficult. Maybe I can like lower the, I don't know, opacity or something of the grass. The higher you bring your angle up or something. I don't know. Because it doesn't look as good on pause. I've tried so many different things with grass over the years, and this is the best looking one for the amount of computational power it takes to generate them and to run the shaders on them and everything. If I had unlimited polygons with unlimited density, yeah, just placing them like anywhere would probably be an okay thing, and not billboard them. But if I run them with a similar amount of polygons but just rotate them randomly, then what am I saying? I lost track of what the hell I was saying, so I was thinking of something else. They won't look dense enough. Also, you get some weird things where like it looks too flat, so then you need to have like, you can't just have a triangle, you need to create like a nice mesh, where, you know, it's not too two-dimensional looking. So if you look at it side on, it doesn't look flat. You know, just a bunch of issues that go along with it. But this is what I'm most happy with. It might not be necessarily what is left in the game forever, because I'm not like 100% happy with it, especially this whole like billboarding when you look top down. It looks fairly okay when you're not top down, but I'm still not 100% happy with it. I wish I could have like way more detail, but maybe we'll get to that point some point in the future. This biome needs a lot of work. I want to have vines. I think vines would be very helpful in the rainforest. And then just like way more like flowers and plants and everything. And the trees are probably need a little bit more detail. I mean, I'm keeping them fairly low detail because they're just so dense in the rainforest that I don't want to have like super high poly trees because there's like thousands and thousands you're seeing at a time. Let me look at this link. I want this, right? Yeah. Yep. I mean, I don't know. As cool as these things are, and they are cool, they will never not be cool, like super photorealistic, right? Waiting for WebGL. You know, I wouldn't want everything to look like this because it's not, stylized stuff is nice too, you know. But this would still be amazing, especially when one day, right, when technology advances and you can get an entire world at this level in VR, right? Then like I feel like you would be fully immersed in like you were actually like teleported to a different place, you know? Imagine this in VR. Super high res, super high refresh rate, super high details, and a whole entire world. We don't have to go outside anymore. It would be perfect. This would be the greatest time right now if that technology exists with the whole pandemic. Nobody's allowed to go outside. You don't have to anymore, right? You put on your VR set, go on vacation somewhere else across the world. 8K VR with this. This would be right. That would be the dream. Program ID of undefined. Oh, that's an old bug. I knew that existed. All right, I gotta think of something useful to work on now. So I'm happy with the insect stuff right now. It's good enough. It's working better than it was. What is the next thing I want to work on? I don't look close enough to that video of rainforest at least. The rainforest needs so much work. I like how the bug is spawning on the trees so nicely now. It's so good. Oh, what is up with this camera? Hold on. I need to fix the camera lerping. Maybe I should do that next. Yeah, when they get scared and they fly away, they can fly through the tree. That's not the best. I should have it so it stores, so it has to fly away from the vector it's facing. The butterflies look a little detached, but I think that's mostly due to the animation I have on them. Yeah, I think so. Colliders are the worst fucking thing in the world. They're so complicated. I don't understand them. Every time I try to implement a collider system, it goes terribly wrong. But it can get boring. You know, you're just walking around the world. There's not a whole lot to do. Yeah, you can collect things and sell things, even though that feature isn't fully working. But it'd be nice to just stumble upon different things within the world that aren't just wilderness, right? Like every now and then you stumble upon a cabin or some sort of structure, some sort, and then some small amount of interactability with that, right? Does CanJS not have colliders? Just make everything a static body done. I've tested that in the past, and it is a possible solution that I might do. That's why I have my CanJS web worker, is for, you know, outside world collisions. I mean, it's still difficult and still complicated to get everything working correctly, but especially efficiently. But I might do that in the future. My biggest concern is I wouldn't run the CanJS probably wouldn't run it at 30 FPS because we'd have a lot of different stuff going on. We'd only be able to have the colliders, right, on a fairly small area around the player, which is fine, because that would work for player collisions. But then there's like issues of like NPCs, right? Because then you need a larger area because there could be an NPC all the way over there, and I don't want to have colliders for the entire world generate because right now there's like thousands of trees, and having thousands of colliders is probably going to run like shit. If we just did a small radius around the player, just for the player, it would probably be fine. Since it is asynchronous and it wouldn't be updating at like 60 FPS probably, you'd have some issues where like you'd be able to like kind of walk inside and then it push you out and walk inside and push you out a little bit. So it wouldn't be super like, you know, like like a solid collision. It'd be kind of like a weird soft collision, right? Where you're like kind of able to walk through it, but it like pushes you back. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do it, but when the time comes, maybe I'll use CannonJS, because then I don't have to write my own collision code, because I hate collision code. Squishy collider, yeah. And even when it's like, if it were easy or whatever, I'd still have the whole issue of like, I need to have it like interact properly with the player controller and stuff, because it's going to like be moving around the player, but then you're also moving around the player. So I don't know. It just sounds like no fun. And the collision meshes would be like very low detail compared to the meshes we have here, probably, because like it would just be like a big circle on the street, and that's fine. Hey Samuel, how you doing? All right, so I want to make some notes, and you guys could help with just random things you can see and interact with around the world. So it's not just mostly, because right now it's like basically all worldliness. You can collect and sell things, sure. And there's a couple structures and villages, right? So the random house spawning, that's pretty good. And I just want more of that and more density of that and more variety to that. Like this right here, I like this. I mean, yeah, it's inside trees, so it's not perfect. I might probably want to clear out the trees around it a bit further when we spawn these types of things. But this is exactly what I'm talking about, where when you want fishing, I'm undecided. Hunting, probably not. Fishing, I'm undecided. Leaning towards no. Maybe fishing with a net, similar to the insects. People can mod that in if they want. It just doesn't go with like the cutesy, non-violent gameplay. Make game in UE4? What, me? I'm not gonna do that. I'm making a WebGL game, a browser game in JavaScript. Right. So I want more things like this, where like the world just feels a little bit more alive, a little bit less empty. I know it's kind of like the same thing, where you stumble upon things like this, and then this one is highly interactive, where you can go into the whole shit. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know why there was such a lag there. I guess it was just generating all those trees. That's fine. But this one's highly interactable, right? Like you can go and start an entire minigame off that. Not every structure in the world is going to have that level of interactability, right? Some of them will just be like kind of like a NPC with some dialogue and like maybe like, I don't know, just some things you could look at, and I don't know exactly. But this is a pretty good one. Korok seeds, yeah, something like that would be cool. I don't know exactly how they would work, but something like that would be cool. Make game you have virus and you running to shops. Oh wait, what? Make game you have virus and you running to shops. Oh, okay, that's not the best English, but I think I get what you're saying. What is there in real life? Will you add ladders to fire tower, or stairs? Yeah, I definitely need stairs. I don't know if you'll be able to go up into them. Maybe my biggest issue with that would be my collision system. Like, first of all, there isn't really a collision system, and even if there was like ramps and stuff for stairs, would be really hard. But the model itself definitely needs stairs, because it doesn't make sense without stairs. Because like, how would anybody ever get up there, even if the player itself couldn't? Like, if the entrance was roped off or whatever. But it would be cool to have to like go up it. Yes, I would love to have that. So then the NPC is up on top, and you have to climb up the tower and then talk to the NPC. Climbing gear. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to implement. I mean, we could do that one day, but right now I want more or less so structures. So let's go into notes, right? And then structures. I cannot type. Structures. Is that right? It looks funny. Um, oh, of course it does because that was there. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Just do simple rope. Well, I mean, nothing's that simple. I can't just type game do rope or something. I have to do all kinds of collision checks, and then like if the rope is soft body, it's complicated. Um, do ladder of stairs are too complicated? Yeah, that would be easier. But we're not doing that now anyway. So we want to have a list of structures, right? So like sometimes they don't even need to be interactable, just something to look at. Tree climbing? Yeah, maybe. It's going to be hard to implement. Also, what would be the whole point of that? I mean, yeah, it'd be maybe cool. I do want to have, I do want to implement a system that might not be too difficult, that is similar to Breath of the Wild's, but shittier, like mountain climbing system, where when things get too steep, let's see if I can find an area that's too steep. This looks too steep over here, where I kind of like, get into that type of animation where I'm kind of like on all fours climbing up a wall. Is this too steep? I think so. Oh, fuck. There's a boulder that I'm clipping through there. I need terrain that's just too steep. Not boulders, just terrain. Maybe here? Okay. Yeah, like this. So, like, I'm falling down, right? I can't walk up this and it looks stupid. Beehives? All right, let's write that down. Beehives. Not a bad idea. It's not exactly a structure, but at least it's something to randomly habit upon. Oh, that's for tree climbing. Yeah. So, I guess I could write something here just about tree climbing. Tree climbing. I don't know if I'm going to do it ever, but beehives, sure. Bird eggs, yeah. So I'm not doing this now, but ideally what I'd probably have in the future, especially so you don't get stuck if the world happens to generate with like a valley where you can't really get out of it if you fall down into it. I want to have like a climbing animation, and then have it snap to the right angle of the mountain and just like be able to climb up that. And then we could do something similar with trees then. That would be cool. I want to do that one day. All right, so structures, wells would be something, just like a cabin. Lighthouses, which I do have a model, and I had that working, and I don't know what happened. Maybe it is still working, but the spawn is too rare. But these would be only probably on the beach biome, and maybe other places too, but mostly the beach biome. Beehives are a structure like these. Oh, like bee boxes, bee houses, whatever. Okay. So like a bee box / house. I mean, that would be cool. However, if they were just randomly in the middle of nowhere, that might make less sense. So we'd have to, I mean, doing them in general, yeah, that's a good idea. As the structures that just appear around the world, just having a random bee house with no building around it would be weird. All right, what else could we do? Statues. Just something to make the world feel more alive, right? Just like there's people there. It's not just open worldness. You have something that you can take a break from walking around where everything kind of looks similar, to focus on, these key things. Maybe by cabins, yeah. Just write that. Well, village, we have villages, right? I mean, this is like the less dense things in the village. Cities, yeah. Right now, I don't have a differentiation between villages and cities. So this is the village layouts need to be redone. So this is like just like a prototype shitty layout. But here's our villages with multiple buildings. Roads. I do want to have roads and paths. The issue with that is our terrain generation, right? So if we have a side view, right? So it works out well if our terrains are like rolling hills and stuff, right? Then we can have our path and it works out well. However, our terrain generation is random. So we have that sometimes, and then we also have things like this, right? So I don't know exactly how I want to do it. Don't have many metal structures, do you? Well, what? No, I don't. You mean like for like the village? Like metal buildings? I have some that look a little bit more like modern industrial metal stuff. I don't know if any of them happen to generate here though. Okay, this one looks a bit more modern industrial. I don't know if that's what you meant, but like I have this. I don't know if that counts. But metal structures in general, I don't know what you mean by that. What kind of structure? Then generate tunnel. Yeah, I mean that would be cool. Small abandoned campsites. Yes, we do currently have campfires that are spawning randomly. I probably should increase the density of all these things. But let's say campsites, right? They don't have to be abandoned though. We can have NPCs near them. That'd probably be better. All right, so generating tunnels. Yeah, that would be amazing, but also really hard because the terrain generation is two-dimensional, right? So obviously a road like this would be shit. We can just have it so like we just have the road just stop generating if the incline gets to be too much. Yeah, NPCs will be a big thing. I just have them disabled right now because buffering them in for the models is shitty. Like pylons. Like just have random pylons spawned in. So then yeah, a tunnel would be amazing. So we had, a tunnel here and then we go through it and then we come out at some point, but it's really, really, really difficult. Okay, what is this? You need to generate it like this. Generate what like this? I mean, we have terrain generated similar to this. We have our biome areas, we have mountains, we have, our terrain generation looks similar to this. I can try to show you my map, but it might be a bit broken. Last time I tried this, I had an error. Let's see. And it takes forever to generate. Whoops. Is my map going to work? Cannot read property 0 undefined CMYK mix. Gem map. This might be, my map might be broken right now. I don't know why it is though. Because I changed something with terrain gen. Get ground color maybe. It's either broken or it takes a long time to generate, or both. Oh, it's going around hills. Let me look at that image again. So what is the roads here? It's hard to tell. But I guess I get what you're saying is where we have it so the paths generate around the hill, the mountains are in the hills. So if we get back into here, if we did more of a top-down view, right, where we had, well, not really top-down, but it's like not side profile either. So we had this, and instead of like randomly having them spawn so they can go through the mountains, right, we kind of guide them so they can only go around the mountain, something like that, I mean, yeah, it's cool, but again, when you have random terrain generation, it's really difficult to detect everything and have it all work out correctly. Yeah, I mean, maybe one day we could do roads. Right now I just want to have notes for small structures. Maybe, I don't know what. Part of the issue is I'm a little concerned about things looking too random, right? So we could have like a fountain. Statues even would be a little weird and random, but it's fine. A statue in the middle of the woods, yeah, maybe not the most realistic. Might be a little strange, but it's probably fine. What about a cemetery? Is that too weird? Does that not fit in with the theme? Might be a bit too weird. But just having more buildings just spawn in, which is easy to do, just like homes, just, cabins and homes, might help a lot. Now, bridges, I'll write it down. Having them align correctly is difficult. I do have like docks or piers right now. I don't know. I mean, you've probably seen them. I don't know if you remember them. And they're hard to find. If I find a river, I wish my map was working. I don't know how I broke that. So I might be able to find a river. Let me turn my player speed up. Actually, let's teleport because I don't really want to be in this biome. And then hopefully if I find a river, looks like there's one here. Hopefully there won't be a pier / dock too far away. The model isn't great, but at least the detection for it being overhanging into water pretty much all the time is correct. There should hopefully be one that they're at a fairly high density. It's just that the rivers are pretty small, so it's hard to find the right time. Also, the rivers kind of have to be running in the right direction for it to work. But yeah, bridges, docks, or piers. So what we can also do to test this out is just bring up the density of what we currently have spawning, right? Because we currently have random homes being spawned and fire towers and campfires and stuff. So when it's for small structure, and the spawn rate is pretty high, but maybe we'll just bump it up to double the rate on everything. This is probably a bad idea. I may also want to tweak the parameters of what allows them to spawn, because that might be what's causing them not to spawn more so than the actual spawn rate. So let's look at what that code does. So for the small structure, first we check if it's a village and then if it's a property, because if it's currently either of those, we don't want a small structure. But what is causing them to not create? I think it might have something to do with this function. And we change this, and I think that's causing a lot to make them not spawn in as densely. So if we did a get mountains at our current position, game.world.player.position.x, and do the same for z. Yeah, I think this number needs to go way up because it used to go at it used to be in a smaller range, and that's part of what's causing it not to spawn in. The lag spikes are probably an input thing, I hope and I think. I mean, I did teleport too, but all right. I just want to review what these values return every now and then. I'm pretty sure they're way off. If I go to village, in fact, and I look at how we're handling it, that is the same though. But I think that I still don't really like what that number is. Also, the difference, there should be somewhere else on changing it, I think, but maybe not. What I want it to be doing is checking the elevation at 4 of the corners of the spawn to test it, and if it's already too unflat to not have it spawn in. But let me just walk around, log this value every now and then, and see what it shows. I mean, I guess technically the density is higher, and I don't know, walking around the right places. I don't know. 37. Maybe they're not bad. Maybe we do just want to turn the spawn rate values up. Yeah, okay, maybe they're okay. And what else do we have? Oh, ocean. That might be something that maybe is fucking with it. Maybe. Hopefully not. Hopefully that one's okay. Okay, and then you see these areas. These are properties you can purchase to place down your own buildings and stuff. Death Stranding in WebGL. I don't know what Death Stranding is. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna bring up the rates, even though it does seem like it's already kind of high. So we do have villages every so often. We do have these. These have a, I think, 50% chance of either spawning in a NPC owned property or one that you can purchase. I think they're split evenly. Yeah, you know, they are already pretty dense, but it kind of seems dependent on the biome, which is what I was struggling with. So here it seems like there is a lot of things you could interact with. I mean, yeah, they're empty right now, but the areas are created. And then over here there's a small structure, which is the campfire. The model for it is a little bit broken, but you can see we have that spawning. The stones, the for some reason the y-axis modeling for the stones is like off. But I guess the density isn't that bad. I mean, yeah, I am walking around at super speed. Cannons that you can get into and shoot yourself across the game map. I mean, I don't know if I do it with cannons, but if there was a way to move really fast across the world without it like slowing down too much, I mean, that'd be cool, yeah. And another thing that isn't necessarily a structure that we already have spawning, but maybe we want more so, is just NPCs. Well, number one, we could have NPCs. Okay, hold on. I'm going to change how I have my notes, right? And I'm going to call this like make the world feel more alive, right? That's what we're doing, right? So another thing instead of structures is just NPCs walking around, right? And then what we already have, but maybe not so great, is NPCs and hot air balloons that you should see every now and then. The renders on those are too low, but NPCs in vehicles, right? Also, we have a whole thing with we need more animals, and that will make the world feel more alive, right? Different things running around, squirrels and stuff, and rabbits, and like a flock of birds flying over. All of that will help a lot. Get the plane in the mini game, put that in the world so you can fly. I mean, yeah, I would like to do that, and I might do that. One of the issues with that is taking off and landing, and stuff like that. But we could maybe do that. I need to figure out the code that I want to have more so for landing, and we can do it so like, yeah, you can crash down into like mountains and stuff. But if we do it, you know, in a kind of cartoony, cutesy way, and not so morbid and gory, I think it could work out. So yeah, we could have planes one day. Now, what would be easier is having NPCs in planes, right? That's easy because we can control their movements. So if I just stand up high, I mean, there is a fair amount of structures going on, right? I don't know what's up with that world tool, but we have a fire tower there. We have an NPC building there. As I was walking around, we have another fire tower there. Obviously, we need more variety, but I'm not worried about variety right now. At this current second, I'm more worried about density. I don't know why the train didn't generate there. Gotta figure out those bugs. I have an idea of what happens with them, but not 100% sure. All right. So I gotta open up my property file. So that spawn rate's at 40%. This spawn rate is at 20%. That's for villages, which we probably do want less dense. And the small structure is also at 40. I guess that's okay. I don't know. Maybe I want more density on the small structure. Let's do 75, I guess. It's kind of a lot, but and then every now and then I want to log the mountain, and there is no ocean check for this one, is there? Why is there no ocean check? That's a bit odd, because that means we can spawn these in theory. Am I doing an elevation check at least? Maybe not. That's weird, because that means that we can spawn them in the middle of oceans, which we don't really want. I mean, yeah, we want to have structures maybe underwater in oceans, but right now, how these work, they flatten the terrain to, I think, always above sea level. Okay, there's a hot air balloon. So one of the issues with the hot air balloon, if I can have it happen, is they disappear too quickly. Maybe I should walk this way. Maybe that's better. I want them to keep rendering. Yeah, so that pop in. I think I want to just bring up their, it's probably their culling. So probably their coldest. If we look at, I'm not 100% sure where this file is, but let's just look at what we're calling hot air balloon. So you have NPCs that have that role. Where are we creating those NPCs with that role? Probably not here. Maybe here. I'm guessing it's here. Let me update my note thing too that says currently working on making the game feel more alive. Game world, maybe. Okay. So this is probably what's spawning them. Yeah, and then we have our entity props that. Okay, so we don't need to change it here. We can change it in animal. I just want to know where we were spawning them. So it should be, I believe. Yeah, we're creating an NPC entity. It should probably be this. And then we have this here. So let's look at the init function on that. And change our, probably our coldest. Yeah. So this dot, I don't know if it's coldest. I'm gonna try to find this one in the world to modify in console. But let's just bring that like way up to like 1,000. And let's try to get in console where this hot air balloon is. So if I just did get entity by key value and we tried to find the one that has the role set to this, that might work. So get entity by key value role. Okay, I found us something. Hopefully it's the correct one. I can if it's finding more than one, I can try to find which one it is. But let's just have it so we walk away from it. We look at the coldest on it, and let's bring that up to 300. Okay, so it might not be the culling, or it might be that I found the wrong one. I'm trying to think of the right way to test if we found the wrong one or the right one. Is there scale on it? There is scale on it. Let's change the scale and see if the one we're looking at changes scale. No. So perhaps there's more than one in the world. Hoping that's the issue. Or is it that the scale is of the vehicle, not of the NPC, because there's an NPC, but that's separate of the vehicle. Let's see if there's dot vehicle, right? Which there is. Let's see if there's a scale on there. There is. Well, let's change the vehicle scale on it. Okay, so I'm thinking it's not the one that we're looking at. That's okay. So I can have all set to true. This will return an array of all the values. So, okay, that's fine. Oh, so the vehicle coldest is also something separate. It's not the NPC cold distance that we're necessarily looking for. It's the NPC's vehicle cold distance. You found the most beautiful shit ever. WebGL fluid simulation. Is this how I should be doing my water in the game?
This is really cool. I don't know what all these values are doing that I'm changing. Doesn't seem like they change much. Okay, well, velocity definitely changes stuff. Oh, it doesn't say velocity. What does it say? Vortice? The text is too small for me to read. Vorticity, I guess that word is. Yeah. Splat radius. Oh, that's interesting. Well, yeah, this is really cool. I like the rainbow colors. Okay, so that like allows it to persist, right? I guess because it's not diffusing. Kind of like it persisting. Maybe those values shouldn't be so high, but I like them persisting for a while, so I want those low. Change the resolution. Let's up the resolution. Gonna cause my computer to crash. Let's see what the okay, that's interesting. All right, well, this is cool. All right, so there's 3 of them, right? Let's try the next one. Dot vehicle, dot scale. Okay, so it's this one. You can see we can change the scale. Hello up there. Okay, so let's see if coldest is the issue, and then we'll just bring up the coldest on it. So there is no coldest. Whoops, maybe there is. I lie. Coldest. There's a coldest on a 250. Let's bring it up to 500 and see if that fixes it. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I want to be able to see them much further away. So there's a couple places we can change that. I think the place that I'd want to change it though is in this init. We either change it for the hot balloon itself or for the NPC's vehicle, not necessarily for the hot balloon itself, like a key characteristic of hot air balloons. I think I'd rather change it here, but we can, we can change it in the future. It doesn't really matter. Right, so then we want to set its cold distance to 500. Gotta go make food now. See you later, maybe. All right, thanks for stopping by. Unpause it. You distracted me enough for today. It's okay. Distractions are good. Okay, so now we'll see hot air balloons much further out. I'm also going to up the frequency that we spawn them to be 10 times as many. As we add more things to the game, we can bring that density down, right? That frequency down. But since that's like the only thing we have and we don't have other things in the sky, probably more the better. I'm just going to do a refresh because we changed the frequency of the hot air balloons. We changed the frequency of the small structures and see if this is an improvement. And then I might want to find a beach. Excuse me. And I might want to see if the lighthouses are still spawning because they should be. So you want 10 times the hot air balloons and double the cold distance on them. Okay, so that's a lot. I mean, I figured 10 times would be a lot. I didn't know it would be maybe quite this much because it just felt like they were really, really sparse before. Maybe this is okay. Maybe I shouldn't have done 10 times. Maybe I should have done 5 times. Yeah. And then, it'd be cool to have different models and colors of hot air balloons and stuff. Also, in theory, it might be cool to have some areas be dense and then go through another area of, there not being many, and then keep going, then being more dense. That might be cool. We don't have that set up right now, but that's an idea. As they get further away, so they don't pop out ever, though, I might like either scale them down or have them lower down. So it's kind of like they're going behind an artificial horizon, but they're not actually doing that. They're just getting lower as you're further. All right, this is not like that bad. It's a little too dense, but it's not. It looked like it was going to be worse than it was. So let's do like maybe 0.03 instead of 0.05. A little bit more than half of what we see right now. What is going on? My cursor is like, well, that was weird. My cursor was still locked into Chrome, but it was in Sublime. All right, and the small structures should be more frequent. So like, that's not bad. I mean, obviously we want more variety, but like just looking in the distance, it's like, oh, there's what's that going on over there and over there, it's those two fires. But as we had more variety, off in the distance you see, smoke, you see a well, you see a structure. Put on my binoculars for a second. Maybe I just want to turn off camera alerting. You can see those two fires over there, hot air balloon up there. Surprisingly, you can see the NPC. I don't know if I want to be able to still be rendering the NPC at this distance. I guess it's not that bad, but I don't know. He's very few pixels on the screen. He's inside a basket covered up by half of it, right? So maybe we want to bring the cold distance closer for the NPC. The hot air balloon itself, obviously, we want pretty far. And then these empty properties, I guess I'm fine with them being the way they are. They're also way too small. Like, so you can see we're flattening the terrain, but we're only having our like fence, not really a fence, but our fence, way smaller than the flat area. So we can bring that size up. Maybe I'll make a cabin model, and that'll be part of small structure. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably going to have the small structure, leave it alone, right? But then the properties, bring that down and have maybe, I don't know, because the properties are also the ones you can edit. Maybe I'll make it so you can edit small structure areas as well. They're just smaller. But yeah, this is not bad. If there were more variety, we have a fire pit here, we have a fire tower here, we have two hot air balloons in our view. See if there's anything going on over that way. Maybe not. the models for that biome are so shit. So I think these are the acacia trees, but their models are like broken and terrible right now. They're supposed to have leaves and better branches and everything. I really neglect this biome. I really don't like the biome how it is right now, so I never spend time improving it. But hopefully one of these days, maybe I'll take out a few biomes even. Maybe. But if not, just, improve the biomes that are really shit. Long term, as I said before, the hot air balloons are probably too dense. As we have, more things flying around the sky, like birds and airplanes and whatever else is in the sky, maybe even like blimps, I don't know, then we don't need that level of density. I also am realizing I think, something else we need to be setting on the cache for the Easter egg game. I know I wasn't going to mess with it, but I just want to fix one thing with it. We're updating our shadow refresh rate. Wait, no, not in that. It's not the Easter egg. I lied. It's the fire tower minigame. We're updating the shadow map update rate. And I even have a note here. Need to cache, right? So here, I don't really like this being called player cache. I wish it was just cache. I probably should do that. But I'm going to make a new thing of cache. That will probably be fine. And then we will have our shadow map update rate. And we will store a cache of that value. Where am I saying that I should be having cache? Here. So we will cache that value here. We will set it to whatever we need, right? And then in the exit function, we will restore that. I've designed a blimp in the game Besiege before, limited by the game's tools, so it's got some issues, but I think I did some cool stuff with it. That's cool. That is a pretty cool game, Besiege. I never played it, but I have seen people like play it on like YouTube and stuff. All right, so we want to have our engine.shadowmap.update rate. We want to use the cache of it in the exit function. So that is engine.shadowmap.update rate is from our cache shadowmap.update rate. Okay. And I don't remember if I've gone in a fire tower in this load. I don't remember when the last time I refreshed was. Okay, that is correct. Okay. I think I did refresh recently with the new hot air balloon spawn rate. The new lower one. We made it too high and now it's like okay-ish. But this is pretty good. I kind of wish, like, no matter where you were, if you look out, and I guess that's true because I just turned, but I kind of wish in general, no matter where you're standing, if you look out some direction 360 degrees, right, you will see some sort of structure. So in this case, and depends what I include as structures, there's definitely a fire tower, so that's definitely a structure. If I include hot air balloons, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and also there's another fire tower over that way. That's kind of hard to see because it's behind the trees. But if I rotate my camera right, you can see there's a fire tower there. And there's obviously this one here. Okay. I mean, if I'm in the middle of woods, it'll be harder to see because there'll be more trees around me, right? Blocking. I want to see how these woods look and see how nice they are. Pretty good. I might need to bring up like the average tallness. There's so many pine trees that it's kind of hard to do this, but like just the average height of where we start displaying leaves. So there's kind of that open area and then you have like a canopy above it. Let's go into this more deciduous woods over here and see how that feels. Some of the trees might start their leaves a little bit too low, which is fine, like just for looks, but and when you're walking through it, our camera's up pretty high, so the camera starts going through the leaves, so it's not the best. Yeah, it's not bad. I want to make it daytime though, so I can have a better feel of like the shadows and stuff in here. Looks pretty good. I also want to tweak all these colors so they're a little bit less gaudy. I mean, I want bright saturated worlds, but maybe just ever so slightly less gaudy on the grass colors and the tree leaf colors. Most of these tree leaves aren't that bad, but every now and then there'll be one that's like a little bit too bright and saturated. I'm pretty happy with how the world's feeling. I just need more structures. Like here, okay, there's a village. I just want to keep walking around and just see how often the player won't feel like it's just like, oh, there's nothing to do. I mean, yeah, there's stuff to do like just in nature, but I want a little bit more than just an empty world, right? Empty natural world. I feel like this area here was flattened for something, but if it was flattened for something, I don't think it never. It sometimes doesn't. I guess it isn't flattened technically. It's just random terrain generation. Yeah, I guess it's not. Or it's flattened for the village, but our village is so small. So I have to also increase village sizes. I should work on the village layouts. And then maybe once we have the village layouts a little bit better, I'll increase their spawn rate as well. Yeah, it's still rendering the character in there. I mean, it's not so. It's only bad for the hot air balloons. It's really not that bad. Because if it was a villager just standing around, you would want him rendered at the point. The engine powering the propellers actually uses the game's steam physics, and I used the game's rope object to forcibly pull the drive shafts towards the propellers. Wow, that's more complicated than I was imagining in my head. That's cool. Right, like don't you use it? Because I watched somebody play it, I think on either Twitch or YouTube pretty recently. Like to make the steam, you have to like have like a fire behind a water cannon or something, right? And it makes the push power way stronger. It's really interesting how that game does everything the way it does. All right, so I'm pretty happy with the density. I kind of still wish it was a little bit more dense. But as we create variety, that will help with everything. Because, a fire tower is just like, yeah, whatever, a fire tower. Maybe I will make a well just to have a well, not even have it be interactable, really. I do want to have a cabin, lots of cabins spawning in as well, so we'll do that. I don't know why I'm streaming this with my console, but it'd be prettier looking if I did it like this, right? Now, if I could make it full screen, and that probably looks best on stream, except I am cutting off the top and bottom a little bit. But there's nothing that important there anyway. I gotta make this game in VR. That'd be really cool. I think there is a way to do VR with WebGL. Like I think that, well, I guess in theory you just need to have two like there's nothing different about WebGL that would prevent that, because in theory you just need two cameras, right, rendering at slightly different distances, and just split them, right? And that's basically what VR is. I mean, yeah, you have the whole stuff with that would just do 3D, right? It wouldn't do motion. So if you turn your head, it wouldn't change things, but it would make it look 3D. Then you would just need to then rotate your cameras, your two cameras. Do you have a headgear? No, I do not. I would like one, but I don't have any sort of VR setup. But yeah, there's nothing inherent about WebGL or anything that would prevent that, right? You just need two cameras slightly offset, so it'll be, for each eye, and then you'd need some sort of input, and I think you can get the inputs of a headset into WebGL. Donation goal, yeah. I think there's at least libraries or Chrome or something that will allow you to get those headset inputs for rotations and all that. And then that would be pretty easy to do. The hardest part is rendering the game twice, right? And then add a high refresh rate, right? Because pretty sure VR in general is running. I don't know why I make grass in here. It took a while to spawn in. I have to look at how I generate grass because I'm outpacing it. Everything else I'm keeping up with, the grass not so much. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, VR in general like runs at like 120 hertz at least, right? Maybe 90 hertz. I don't know. But the higher the refresh rate, the better, because the more immersive it feels. There's a beach biome over here. I kind of was looking for a beach biome, so that works out. I don't know what's up my grass generation. or my terrain generation even. Do I have an error? No, there's no errors. We have some issues with this. What is that reporting on? Mostly water, and I think that'd be fine. I think that's expected. Some statics, and I don't know what that is. So, yeah, the grass is definitely not keeping up. I don't know what's up with the terrain here. Sometimes we get terrain world holes. I got to figure out that bug. The grass is still generating. It just is behind. The terrain, I think, is a separate issue. I am going to refresh here since everything's a little broken. And see, I haven't seen a structure for a while now, though. Right? It was doing pretty well. And then I feel like I haven't seen one in a little while, but I'll refresh and look around. Maybe part of that, no, I was gonna say maybe part of that was due to the generation getting a little weird, but as long as sub-entity generation was still happening, which it was, then I should see structures. Okay, so this should be for the beach biome. It is. Let's wait for everything to generate and see if I can find some structures. I wonder what that is for. That's probably for the, hopefully not village. Hopefully it's for the property one. That's basically creating an island for it. I don't really want that. So it's not that bad, but I don't really want that. So I'll probably have to tweak that. All right, yeah, I like the higher rate of hot air balloons. That mountain looks nice. I like that. And then if small structures, maybe I need to increase the width of like the beach area. But if there were small structures, there's a small structure. Now, why is that not a lighthouse? Is it just that? Let's do a get beach or whatever it's called. Get ocean. Okay, so the get ocean's reporting 0 here. What if I did a get biome on here? That might be what I want to use more so than get ocean for deciding lighthouses. Okay, and then we'll do that at biome ID dot ocean, right? Okay, so it is detecting that as an ocean. Let's look at my lighthouse code now. And that I'm not even 100% sure that lighthouses are still in, but I think they are. I think they're small structures. They are. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing get ocean. Let's not do that. Let's do because it's not like bilinearly interpolating the biomes with just get ocean. I really don't want it done that way. So we want to do this biome ID dot ocean, and then here we want to say if it's over, I don't know, 0.5, then we're still not guaranteeing a lighthouse. We're just adding it into the possibilities. It can still spawn a fire tower or fire pit. Maybe what I want to do is still have it be not 100% chance, but maybe a much greater chance at the beach, right? So there's some ways to do that. I can just push more of them, and that's kind of what I want to do. You could do multiple pushes, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure. So this will give us a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 5 out of 7 chance, whatever that comes out to. It's 5 divided by 7, 71% chance. Okay, so I also want to check something. I want to check if you can push multiple things. So var r is 1, 2, 3, and then r dot push 1, 2, 3. Then we look at r. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do a hard refresh. Hopefully that will be a lighthouse now because there's a 71% chance that it should be, right? I know I'm not getting a whole lot of work done this stream. I did kind of in the beginning, but now I'm kind of just like being really chill about it and just walking around my world for the most part. Hopefully that's okay though. Not every. Ooh, that's a nice model. I completely forgot about that model. It's a nice surprise. But hopefully that's okay that I'm being a little bit lazy and just chill and relaxed about this stream. That's a really nice model. I think it even glows at night, but I don't know if it has that conical beam. I have code for. Oh, it even fucking does. Can you believe that? It doesn't glow the windows though, so I'll have to update that. I could do that pretty easily though. Holy shit! Shouldn't it be going out both ways? Isn't that how lighthouses work? Wow, can you believe it? And we could have a mini game for this, and there's even an NPC. Wow. There's even a real life NPC. I completely forgot about this code. All right, so maybe we shouldn't do 75% chance because that's kind of a lot. Also, we should probably have like different styles of lighthouses and stuff. There's a lot of this will need to be tweaked. But wow, look at that. Kind of looks a little bit weird as it interacts with the mountain. It kind of looks weird just in general too, but also it kind of does some weird shit with the clouds. Doesn't matter. It's working. It's cool. The light part itself, I think I want to. Some have multiple beams, some only one. Okay. So then one is fine because I don't want to change it. I don't want to do the work for that. Huh, look at this. It's not bad. It's better than I thought it would be. I mean, yeah, it kind of still needs a lot of tweaking, especially because like some weirdness with the clouds. The clouds are like drawing over it. If I put that in sorted particles, it might help. And if I sorted it somehow, let's look at what I'm doing with clouds real quick. We should be setting the order, I think. Yeah, is that how I want to do it? And they probably are in my sorted particles, probably, but I'm not 100% sure of that. In fact, I could find that out, but it would involve me deleting all my clouds. Well, I guess I could just look at my game.world.sorted particles and see what's in there. See if there's some clouds in there. Game.world.sorted particles. Yeah, that's where most of my clouds are. I mean, well, that's where all my clouds are, but that's where most of the things are. Most of the things in there are clouds. Is what I'm trying to say. Jesus. We should be able to get some other things in there. I think like my dust particles and stuff do go in there, but you know the ratio. Yeah, so fire particles go in there. Okay. So in theory, I could put this this light beam in there, and that might work. Where is the code for lighthouse, right? So do I have a separate file for lighthouse? I do. So then that particle, if I push that into my game.world.sorted, I should be able to just say create particle sort it, I think. Let me see what that function is doing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do much of a difference. I just want to look at this function. Yeah, so your properties dot sort it. Yeah, I could do that. So we'll do that. Sorted is true. In the update function, I guess I want to have an order on it. How do I want to do that? What complexity of distance do I want to use for that? If we go to like my default particles and I look at the order on like a dust particle, we're like calculating it in camera space, I believe. I think. Yeah. That's kind of computationally extensive, but it's really not that bad. We're doing a much simpler sort on the clouds, but that's because they're like kind of two-dimensional because they're so far away from the camera that we can kind of assume some things about how we're going to sort them, that they're behind most things, right? And that in a 2D distance, what the cloud that is just on X and Z closest to me should be the one that is closest to me because it's like fairly predictable. These particles, however, not so much. So if I did, I guess I should just refresh. I could update it in console, but it'd probably take more time to write the code to update it in console than just refreshing. And then sorting them. Yeah. Let's just refresh. So this should fix the issue with them like rendering behind the clouds. And then I do kind of want to have, I'm trying to think. Should I have a point light on the lighthouse or should I just have it so just the top glows? I know that kind of sounds like it would be the same thing, but they're not. If it had a point light, it would be kind of like the whole building glows. Maybe that's okay. Okay, so that fixes the issue with clouds, which is good. I guess it's adding the light correctly. All right, so let's add, I guess, a point light on, I guess, we already have a point light. How come I don't really see it? Oh, I guess I do. It's just really small. That's why there's a little bit of glowing here. It's just a really small point light. I have thought of ideas too in the past for a lighthouse minigame. I don't remember it fully. I think I may have a sketch of it written down though. Something like where you have to keep the light. I know it's not how lighthouses work, but keep the light on the boat in the ocean or something at night to like guide it. I don't remember exactly. Maybe instead you'll have to control the boat and you'll have to like not be able to see the world unless the lighthouse light shines on that area. I don't know. We're probably not doing that anytime soon. But this is a pretty good model. I'm surprised. I wish there were a couple things different about it. I wish the top was more glowy. I guess I should be able to do that. There's a couple ways I could. If we had a separate model, we could make an entity for it. And then always show that at full brightness. The other option is to use the structure window light shader on it. So just those parts, right, would glow at night the same way the village building windows glow at night. One of the issues with that is it's going to use the same shader. So the bits that are yellow right now would turn into that glassy blue color. It's not a bad thing though. I kind of want to do that. I need to grab that color. Hold on, let me try to open that model in Blender. Also, hopefully it's using the structure shader. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, so then for that model, I can detect them. Where's the model even being stored? Probably inside models. Yeah. Maybe these different things. Let me try to get that model open in Blender. Paint those faces red to detect the glass because the color we use to detect glass. So that's going to be under here. Search lighthouse. Hopefully I can find it and it's just there and working. I have a few lighthouse files. We have lighthouse 2019. We have lighthouse new lod 1. This one's more recent. I think it's this one. Okay, that just shows me the beam. Also, I do not want to be opening that in 2.8. I hope I didn't just like break things. How do I do this? Can I do this? Okay, so that just shows me the beam. And is that all that's on there? So, oh, okay, it's called Lighthouse Light. I guess that makes sense. So, and is this our model? That looks right. Except the modifier is not on it. Why is that? Let's see if this one's better. That's a PLY. I don't want that. Okay, that's better. So, all of these faces up here, we'll say this is a new version, right? We'll call it just new 2, sure. Fucking files. My Blender files are a fucking mess. Then we want to go to vertex paint, and we want to make this solid red. We want to paint those, and then we're going to resave it, export as a PLY. Hopefully it's triangulated. It looks like it is, yeah. And get the new model data, and then have it detect the glass, which is our red values, and then it should look a little bit better at night because the top will look like it's glowing. Hopefully a lot better. You get rid of full screen. Hey Gunner Live, how you doing? All right, so not that file. I should have export PLY. It's going in a weird folder, but that shouldn't matter. Is it not called? Oh, is it the camel casing that's stopping it? No, there it is. Okay, Lighthouse new 2. That's it. All right. Do we need UVs? Am I using UVs? I don't think I'm using UVs. Pretty certain I'm not. So then, you're doing all right. I'm glad to hear that. Here, let's paste that in. And then let's, we need to throw a detect glass on there, right? I think that's what we call it. I don't know why it's not auto-completing, so it's a bit concerning that that's not what it's called, but I'll check. Pretty sure it's called that. Yeah, detect glass chair. Okay. So now, we'll compare it, right? So in the daylight, it's that yellow color. I do like that yellow color, but it's not going to stay that way. And then at nighttime, it's pretty dull, right? It's not really glowing. We have the conical light that's glowing, but the light here itself is pretty dull. So now when we refresh, preparing for Ludum Dare this weekend. Oh, is it this weekend? Well, good luck with that. Are you gonna stream it? Because I'll try to tune in for some of that if you are. I'm pretty sure I'm following, but I don't know if I have notifications turned on. Let me do that. But I don't know if you're gonna stream it anyway. Why is Twitch so slow? So I have to, how do I do this again? To like click on that? Yeah. Okay, I am following you, but I think, hold on, let me see this. Do I have notifications on? Why would the tooltip, look at that. I can't tell what, why would the tooltip display on that side? I can't see what it says. Turn, is it to turn on or off? Hold on. The fuck? Why? I can't read the fucking tooltip. If I do this, will it work? Okay. Turn notifications off. Oh, I have them on. Okay. Fucking Twitch, man. Okay, well. Well, I forgot to change the axes. So our lighthouse fell down. Hey, Save, how are you doing? Okay, so let's go back into Blender. I used the wrong one, so let's do that once more. Negative Z forward, Y up. Okay, let's get that again. So that's in this window. Lighthouse. Why is it searching in the stupid place? Why? Okay, this one here. Grab the new correct data. I mean, as you can tell that the top is glowing, so we did that right. It just rotated, that's all. Then I have to see how much I prefer. I think I'll definitely prefer the glowing at night. I just don't know if I'll prefer the glass during the day because it'll be blue, and I kind of like that yellowish color during the day, but maybe it'll be fine. I switched to a Windows PC. Yeah, I mean, that's from a while ago. That was years ago, just for streaming. Like during my day-to-day stuff, I use my laptop. My laptop's not good enough to play the game and stream, so we built a PC, I don't know, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't know. I just spent some time reformatting the file I'm using for working on the AR code translation. How'd that go? You're reformatting. So, right. So you're reformatting everything to have it work in assembly or something, you said, right? I think. So you're converting it from whatever it was to that, I guess. I mean, I'm really bad at understanding most of this stuff, so I may have some things wrong. All right. So that looks better at night. During the day, I guess the blue's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It looks like glass. Yeah, it's fine. All right. So nighttime, definitely better. You can see them really glowing. Is that a LOD thing? Yeah, so we have to fix that. I have a lot of issues with structure. It's so weird seeing NPCs run around. And apparently floating as well. Hello up there. All right. I mean, I don't even want them walking around really, and if I did, I'd want them staying very close to the lighthouse, staying within that that flat area. I probably don't want them walking around at all. I don't even think I want NPCs by them at all. Anyway, I might have it so we can go inside it, and there's like a unique round indoor room that you can do stuff in. But all right. So lighthouses improved. Not perfect, but they're improved. Just making random little improvements everywhere until hopefully this resembles the game. All right, at least these spawn. The 75% chance or 71% chance of spawn might have been a little overkill. Do I have stats on how many people are playing the game? Not exactly, but I can tell you it's low. I think I do have Google Analytics installed. Not that I ever really look at it. I might have looked at it recently. I can't remember. But it's not a lot of people. I mean, it's like, well, it makes sense too because the game's not done. Like you could barely do anything, and like it's very buggy. And up until a couple of days, extremely unoptimized. It's still not optimized, but it's better than what it was like last week. So I mean, hopefully in a couple of months I can have it to a point where like regular people can just play it, and like there's real gameplay and it's like intuitive and obvious to the player. So, but right now, yeah, no one's really playing. Just the people watching the stream, which is also a low number. So probably fewer than 10 people a day. Probably much fewer than that. Okay, so I guess I was hoping there'd be more small structures spawning on this part of the beach, but I guess like the beach is a little narrow, right? So it's a little too narrow, perhaps. If we want to have a high rate of small structures spawning on it. Also, these birds are all bugged out. They had behavior to flock together really nicely, and I really liked it. Maybe I want to work on that again, but I'm a little afraid to touch that code. But they would all fly together really nicely and they would walk together really nicely. I kind of want to do that because then we can have more flocking entities, which I do want to have. But I'm afraid to touch that code. Let's see if it's even in the updated animal file or if it's the old animal file, because if it's the old animal file, I'm not touching it. I think it is in the new one though. Okay. That's good. Let's look at how we spawn these in. Birds have corona. I may also just scare one on purpose. Okay, so that one does start flying. I also want to remodel it ever so slightly. I'm not super happy with the model. The model's pretty good. In fact, the walking model and animation I'm pretty happy with. The flying animation I'm happy with, but the thing that I'm unhappy about, and I'll try to show this, if I scare one and then pause the game, and I turn off the pause UI that's blurring everything, I don't like how sharp this edge is. I want softness to this. I don't want it to be a hard line. I want you to be able to see the feathers. That's like the only thing I hate about it. And I know it's the smallest detail that probably no one's going to notice, but it really bothers me. That's the only thing that bothers me. So that needs to be redone. All right, so let's try to find this whole flocking issue. Okay, well, that's disabled. So we have flock true, we have flock properties. Where are we using that? So in here, we should basically be creating a leader, right? And then all of them are trying to get within a certain radius of that leader and match its animation, or, you know, I guess action is a more appropriate term for my engine. So basically, if the leader's flying, then they should be flying. If the leader's walking, they should be walking, and they should be trying to clump around the leader. The leader is also not, I don't really want it in front, because then you'll see one in front and then the rest following behind. I don't want it to look like that. I want to have the leader in the center of it and the others around it randomly in a radius, but some are in front and some are behind, and, you know, just a random assortment. So I think that's where the issue is coming from, is the leader is somehow fucked up. Maybe they don't have a leader. I'm trying to remember how this works, but I can't find the code that does it. I can look at my old animal file because maybe I didn't bring it all over. So the flock, right? The flock is like the leader. The leader possibly is not even a visible bird. I don't remember. I think it is though. So where are we assigning this dot flock? Maybe that's not right. Maybe that's an action. No, that's not right. So where are we assigning this dot flock? That could be part of what's breaking this. And that, I believe, should be an entity. So where are we spawning these? That's probably in, I don't know, maybe spawns. Right, so if it's a flocking entity, if this dot spawn is a flock entity, entity.flock is the entity, and this should be the leader. Let's try to find some of these ready turn stones and see if they have that flock value and what they're set to. So if I try, I know it's hard because they're running away from me. Let me try to pause next to one and then run u.get nearest entity. And I don't know if they are part of, okay, they are, that's good. Let's try to look at the dot flock value. Okay, so that's good because they're different things. So they have different NUIDs. So maybe let's look at so let me just try to explain here. NUIDs, you know, they're unique identifiers, right? You know, this is the one we were looking at, and then the flock, which should be the leader, is a different value, right? So let's look at this one. So if we type in engine.nuids for the leader, right? So this is the leader entity. Let's look at the flock value of that. That has itself. I wonder if that is part of the issue. I don't know if that's part of the issue. But I feel like it might be. I don't know if that's true. Let's disable it on that one and see if everything automatically just fixes itself, right? So the leader no longer has flock. No. I don't think that worked. Because we wouldn't see one. Yeah, they're still doing their own thing. So it's okay, I think, for the leader to have itself as its leader, right? So where is this breaking? They should all have flock on them, right? I mean, we basically tested that. The other NUID is 26 090, right? So we want to do that for engine.nuids. And I guess setting flock is not the best there, but it's okay. Right, so that gives us our entity, has position, has actions, and we're trying to follow those. So let's look at the code again. And this is for spawning update. Assuming they're spawning incorrectly, and I don't know what they are, but assuming they're spawning incorrectly, that means our issue is in here, not in the spawn. Every time we call set action, if this dot action is fly, if the action is fly, and if the flock, then we set, okay, that makes sense. So basically, if we scare one, we scare all of them, I think is what's happening. If we make one fly, we make the leader fly. So the leader isn't really necessarily all in control. Maybe I shouldn't be calling that, because if any of the non-leaders start flying, it also makes the leader fly. And I think I did that on purpose, because if you're scaring one of the birds and they start flying, I want all of them to start flying away. I think that's the reason I wrote that way. All right, let's look at flock stuff again. Let's see. Oh, I have an idea. Let's see what their is it the update funcs? Yeah, let's look at the update funcs. So update funcs on it has update from network. That's for multiplayer stuff. We have discover, which is like part of the discovery function. When you walk near something, you can discover it. Sync AI, not 100% sure what that is. Follow flock AI, which is what we want, and animate because it's animated. Let's look at the other value too, the other NUID, where we got rid of flock on it, which was like 84, I think. Let's see, is that right? Okay, that one, if I'm looking at this correctly, does not have follow flock AI, which is good. I mean, in a way, if I'm doing the right one, yeah, that is it. I don't know if me putting that in console is what changed that. I don't think it is, because update function should only be created and changed on a init, I believe. So that's a good thing. That means that one wasn't following itself, as long as that wasn't what I did in console. But it doesn't matter, when I did update in console, it didn't fix it. All right, so it has those update funcs, and then this is the follow flock AI. Let me look at sync AI real quick. That's probably also a multiplayer thing or an AI thing. Ooh, AI. Right. I didn't read that. Right. Okay, that makes sense. So the AI is done in a separate worker. Right. Let me maybe disable the AI on those. I don't know if that'll be bad. It probably might be. Let's try to disable the AI, the regular AI, the AI that's on a web worker, right? Because that would actually make sense how that's breaking. So then in here, we want to, this is a kind of shitty way to do this, but update funcs, we want to splice the index, right, that the sync AI exists at. So update funcs dot index of this, and then I want to look at the splice documentation because I always forget. I think we would do this one, so it would start at this index and then remove one, right? Let's try that. Let's just try that in console real quick. So if we had something like this, var, and get rid of this, update funcs, right? Just see what this does. I don't even want to look at the documentation. I just want to test this out. So it's just log update function. Of course, it should be that, but it's good to make sure we're not like overwriting it somewhere. All right, so then we're going to push this string to it, right? And let's look at that again. So we have update, discover, sync, and file flock. And then we're going to run this splice function on it. And then look at it. Yes, okay. So that works. I don't know if this is what was breaking it, but I have a good feeling it was. I don't know if file flock has everything we need and we don't need sync AI at all. But if that's the case, that's really nice. Because file flock AI hopefully is doing everything it needs to do. We're setting the animations, we're setting the positions. Hopefully that does everything. Now we could go into the AI function, right? Or the way we're writing the AI in the web worker and have it do flocking on the sync AI function. That's a possibility, right? Unfortunately, these things spawn in randomly, so I have to find another flock of ready turnstones. There's not one that's just going to be near me all the time, but I think they spawn in fairly frequently by the beach. I could probably even teleport to one because I can run like a get entity by key value again, right? And then find one with that model, and then teleport, get the positions and teleport to it. But I'm kind of just hoping that I can walk around. The issue with walking around is I might have broken them and now they're not like displaying at all. So I could walk around for hours and never find one, right? That's the downside of doing it this way. But I'm going to give it a couple minutes. We do see crabs spawning in, which is nice. I might want to have some flocking AI stuff on that as well. I don't see ready turnstones, which isn't great. We have no errors. That's nice. Just a combination of things that are good and bad. All right, I'm just gonna turn my speed up and run around. Hopefully we see some ready turnstones. It's also not the most realistic species to have flock. I mean, they do flock. They're not like particularly known for their flocking. If I did something more like a dunlin, that's a shorebird that is very, very much known for their flocking. So I probably shouldn't be doing that, but I don't have a model. The only model I have with animations and everything is our ready turnstones. It's also not a very realistic biome for them because they prefer very rocky shorelines. That's why they're called turnstones. Turnstones, you know, that's what they do. I do want to have rockier beaches. I mean, yeah, we have some stones here. There's like these pebbles and some rocks, but I do want to have like really, really rocky shorelines. Okay, we have a bunch of errors, and I'm guessing that's from, I don't know what that's from actually. We're gonna have to look at that eventually. WebGL shader object. Post message on worker. WebGL shader object cannot be cloned. And that is for spawns. Maybe that was for the right turnstones. Why are we trying to clone a shader to it? What the fuck? AI post message. Add AI. There should never be shaders on anything in web workers. All right, well, I guess that's part of the issue. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's broken. Also, look at these hot air balloons. They spawn at elevation regardless of if the elevation continues underwater. So we have like half underwater balloons, hot air balloons. All right. Well, I want to turn up the spawn rate for them. I want to look a little bit more into that issue. So that's part of spawns, right? So that's this message here. Why the fuck would it be trying to... I don't understand what happened there. Let's turn the spawn rate on ready turnstones way up. I guess that's in this part, I guess. It's going to be not there. Oh, right. I'm editing that kind of in a weird area. All right, that is a ruddy turnstone. Their spawn rate is here. Let's just make it 1.1. I think we actually are allowed to have values over 1 with that. And let's just see what happens. So this will be 10 times the spawns, right? Really, 11 times the spawns. If it lets us use over 1 values. I don't remember how I wrote it. I might be doing that though. I feel like I am. Okay, maybe I should be logging like where they're spawning and stuff, but okay, I see some. That's good. Very good. Okay, so that's the leader. These are the followers, and they're not working. Let's see if I scare one. If they, okay, I can't even scare those. So maybe sync AI is important. Let's scare the leader. Okay, interesting. So when I scared the leader, these tried to start flying, but did not. So maybe sync AI is not really the only issue here. In fact, I mean, you would think, and I can open up the file for our AI worker, right? That if it has information for flocking, which I don't know if it does, it doesn't. So we don't really want. Oh, maybe it does. It's doing it on its own side of things. Oh, it's so interesting how this is done. Very, very weird and interesting. Okay, I have a vague idea of where things are failing. So we really have to look at that AI worker to really see what's going on. So this we're gonna leave alone. I don't really want to turn off sync AI, I guess. Okay, so I'll comment this line out. I guess I want to go onto our AI worker, which Chrome makes it really difficult to find. Oh, it's so annoying. Why you can't scroll through this list anymore? It's been a bug for like a year. And I'm pretty sure you used to be able to, but even if you didn't used to be able to, it always should have been a thing. Okay, so now if I go to our AI worker file and I can look at what I want to start logging, I want to look at possibly our engine.nuids, our game.world.ais. Right, so we have a bunch of animals that we're doing AI on. I'd like to know. Okay, let's just look at one of these for a second. Okay, so we have some stuff about flock properties and flock. That's all pretty good. So let's look at what this one is, what its index is at, 73. So let's just look at 73 for a second. And let's see if this has the same NUID. So now, if we look at the same, I think it'd be game.world. Or not game.world, engine.nuids, right? Grab that. Okay, so that should give us the same thing. If I look at like flock or whatever, that should give us that. Okay, I want to look at this on the main thread now and just see if it's doing something similar. Well, really identical-ish. Okay, so this is the main thread. Yeah, same stuff. All right, now let's go back to the AI one and look at some information. So in theory, on the main thread, we don't want the file flock AI. Maybe. What is file flock AI? And let's look at their. So update in AI worker. Where are we updating these? We should be running the AI on the AI worker, right? We run AI.update. The AI is these. If we look at the right, if we look at this .update, right, because we're not that. Hold on. .update, and that should, I believe, call the update functions within here, right? Yeah, our player position, listening scare, and then we're doing our action AI's get action. Where are we? Look at the action AIs, I guess. So if we had it for .walk AI, so that would run that. I guess that's not how you do that, because it's a constant, I guess. How do we do that? Because it's a map. I hate maps. But basically we're doing the get on the action, so we're calling that function. So if the action were walk, we'd be running the walk function. In theory, that might be where some of this is going wrong. So we do need to have flock updating. So where are we doing that update function again? So if we look at this again here, that is the this.ai. Okay, I have some ideas. So the stuff we were doing before was not part of the AI, it was part of the entity, right? They're separate things. So we want to move all that flocking stuff to the AI. They have the flock attached to them, which is great. But we don't really want this update flock AI here. We want to have the update flock AI on the AI, which is complicated, but doable. So we want to have, I guess, an action AI, right, called flock or flocking AI. I don't really know. Call it flock AI. I hope this is going to be easy. I gotta remember like what I'm commenting out to. Hold on, because there's like other shit commented out. All right, so that was just disabling flock AI. That's this line here. That's if the stuff flock. We're not gonna have that anymore, really. So we'll just comment all of that out. I'm gonna go up to the top and then just keep searching, not for flock A, for just flock. Okay. So this is the flocking AI. That needs to be moved to the AI function. Get rid of all of this. The actions, hopefully that's okay. If we're not calling, I don't know. I'm going to comment that out too, to be safe. Okay, so the next is flock. Yeah, that's actually a good thing. And it's nice to be able to hopefully simulate this good on a web worker. So this is our flock AI. And have all these here. And that could kind of work other than the fact that it won't know to use flock AI. I don't know how it's choosing the actions 100% right now. I also don't know. I'm going to set action on these. Let's look at the set action on the AIs if we even have that. Because that's going to change the AI when we change the action, which I don't really want. So instead we might just run the AI on it. I don't know. Right. So yeah, we're getting the action AIs at this dot action. So we change the AI to walk in the flock. It's no longer going to be using flock AI. It's going to use walk AI. We could maybe call this dot flock AI basically in any of those states, and then like if it's not flock, then return. Right. That would work, I guess. So if no flock, it's a bit of overhead to doing this, but very small, and it's in its own web worker. It kind of sucks to have to like run this all the time, but it should be fine. So this dot flock AI. I don't know if we want to do it before or after. Hopefully it's fine. On tree AI, we're probably not gonna have any flocking on those, and the flocking things will probably never be on trees. Maybe. I don't know if that's true. Like if we're flocking butterflies, this is really plant, not really tree. So they could flock but also land on things. Oh well, we'll figure that out. All right, we're gonna run all of these inside of that, and then we don't need to worry about passing that through. So this actually might be a pretty good method of doing this. Any state that could have flocking, we'll run the flock AI because that actually kind of makes sense logically. I don't know what set target is. We might want to be doing that eventually. But walk AI, fly AI, idle AI, land AI, those all have it. Let's just see what happens. Let's just refresh. Move this all entirely, hopefully, to the AI worker. And then we could have like really big flocks. Excuse me, probably because we don't have to be computating all that math for the flocking AI on the main thread. It'll be on a worker thread, so like it should be easier. Okay. We have errors. Set action is not a function. And that is on the worker thread. And it's for land. What do you mean that's not a function? This is inside of, oh, it's inside of flock AI. But that still should be, oh, I guess set action is not a function at all. Yeah, on AI. Shit. But we could just set the action by saying this dot action. That should fix that. We don't need a set action function. We'll just say this dot action equals those things. So we're modifying the action in here, which is 3 places. We're going to, and I don't know what the constants are for those. Let's look at how we're changing those. So here we should be doing like a land. So it is constants dot action. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. So in here, set action flock action. Is that correct? Maybe we don't have to do anything for those. Land we definitely need to do something for. What the fuck is flock action? Oh, right, it's the parent's action. That makes sense. I should probably call that like leader or parent or something. All right, so this is for action land, or is it landing? Hold on. It's just land, okay. We're gonna have land and landing, maybe. I'm not sure. And then here we want to say this action is our flock action. And as long as flock is defined and everything, it should be okay. Okay, let's see now if this will work. I'll be really happy to have this running. It's not exactly what I thought I'd be doing today, but that's okay. I mean, it's kind of nice to just do some random stuff every now and then. This stream has been very unorganized, but also somewhat productive, so it's okay. Okay. I mean, one of them is completely fucked up. The the others actually might be kind of okay. I think it might. I mean, not perfect, obviously. If I make this bigger for you, so this one is confused as fuck. I think this is the leader. The others, I mean, yeah, they're not perfect, but I think they're flocking. I think they are trying to flock around that leader, right? So they're walking around in circles. I don't know why they're trying to start fly. I don't really want that. I might have to have some special code. So it might just be when they start flying that's breaking this. Because here we have, in theory, I think maybe 2 flocks. I'm not really sure. But they're kind of staying somewhat tight together. I also need to have them idle sometimes. They're constantly walking. We don't want that. I kind of want to scare one, but I'm afraid. All right, I'm going to scare one. I mean, this is kind of better than what we had. I think they are trying to flock, but they're confused. It's a little bit hard to tell because the flocks, I guess, are not that tight. I'm not sure. Or they're maybe just all doing their own thing. And it's not really working at all. Because that one's doing its own thing. Yeah, they're not really that tight. Maybe, so at least it's different, but it's not necessarily working. So review flock code again. They should have flock on them. Like they should have a flock like a flock entity on them, right? If we go into, I guess, action AIs, wherever that is, because Chrome fucking sucks. Come on, Chrome. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck is it? How come I can't find it? What the fuck? All right, I gotta like do this or some shit. I'm not even gonna be able to read it and try to see which one says AI worker. How come I don't? Okay, that one. I guess it might have been right in front of my face, but still, I should be able to scroll that list. It's distracting me. All right, so I want to look at the, I forgot what it's called. Engine.ais, is it? Or game.ais? I forgot what we're calling it. Let's go back into AI worker. It's our game.world.ais. Okay. And then we want to find a ready turnstone in here, right? Probably most of these are because they're spawning too many of them. Okay, so 27 is. So if we run 27, right? We can look at its action. We can look at its flock action. I want to see what the parent is doing, I guess. I still don't think that's the issue, really. It shouldn't be the issue because they are able to walk around and stuff on their own. All right, I got to look at this a little bit more closely before I even start logging stuff. So this is going to be for the flock AI. Where did I like put it in the wrong file by accident like an idiot? Oh, right, because it's not in here. This gets shared with it. So this is our flock AI. So we have a position, we have a target position, we have our flock properties, which hopefully right. That should be a map. Let's try to look and see if that map is there. It should be there, but yeah, so that's a thing. I don't really fully know what's going on with this map. Why we have default and then we have 11. Does that mean an action is set to 11 sometimes? What the fuck is that? I hate maps. I really do. I know they're good and all that, but Jesus Christ, I don't understand them sometimes. I guess that's because it's on the parent. So if we did the dot flock properties, no. What am I trying to even use with that? An offset range? flock properties.max. We're doing so I have to do something like this where we get, and it should, I guess, probably use default because I don't think we have anything else on that map. That's fine. So when we have our flock properties, all right, let's try running this and we'll get what's in there. So we'll run that. Okay, so we do a min and max. What the fuck is 11 though? Like if I had 11 here. I don't know why that's a thing. It doesn't matter. It'll default to default, which is fine, right? Fuck off. Okay. So we have min and max, and that should be basically the range they're allowed to walk within, right? And maybe we're doing it differently for flying. Oh, 11 is a constant. 11 is probably a constant for flying. Oh, that's so confusing. That's why I'm using, or 1 is for walking and then 1 is, that's probably what it is. Yeah. 11 is probably, if we did constants.action, constants.action fly, yeah, is 11. Okay, that makes sense. And that's why I'm using a map, so we can have our key be a constant, which is an integer, and you can't really do that with arrays, so that's why I use the map. Okay. I'm starting to understand maps again. I forgot. I learned them, then I forgot them, and now I'm learning them again. All right, so that's our offset range. And then we offset our target position by that. So we are basically trying to have our leader be surrounded in every direction by the followers, right? We're adding some noise and stuff to this, so that should be fine. I guess the issue is the target position isn't being used in things like walk AI and fly AI. We can do something like that. So we can say, like, we can do it special for the flock, or we can maybe just not even use it, but then we don't have the action step. But they don't need to be an action. We can call it like the flock action instead, and that should be fine, to be honest. So the fly AI is doing its own thing, right? With altitudes and target positions and everything. And that's why we had set target here. So in theory, I don't know if this will work so well. And we really only want this if it's not the leader. We only want to run this flock AI like this if it's not the leader. And we really don't even want to run any of the other AIs in theory, because we're not going to be changing their action. But then what gets sent through, the issue is the thing that gets sent through to the main thread and how that gets used, right? Let's look at what we are sending to the main thread, which is not here. It would be, I guess, somewhere. It's kind of in both files, but we have a message array which gives us the action, the NUID, the action. I don't know why I'm spacing that so weird. I should probably space that this way. And then our position and rotation, which makes sense. That's good. I might want to swap this out to possibly do the flock action. And then if the flock action doesn't exist, then do the AI action. And that should be allowed. Just like that. So then we have a little bit more control over how we'll run things. The issue is giving it starting action when we create it. Also, I wonder what we're getting back. So if we probably are receiving messages, right? It should be like a get message, I think is what it's called. Or is it called receive message? I don't actually remember. No, it's neither of those. Maybe we're not getting any messages back, but I really thought they would be. Oh, it's on message maybe? On message, right. Okay. So we can do it in a init function or an update function. The update function is just a player, delete and add AI. Okay, I guess that's not that bad. AI is this, which is giving us the entire. Okay, it's not that bad how this is happening. I just don't love a lot of it. So when we spawn an entity, we send a message to have its AI calculate it in the AI worker. All right. This is confusing as hell, but I'm learning what we're doing here. So we have an altitude target. The target position is the thing that might not be getting used. That's the issue here. So then if it's over that and then flocking, okay, then we change direction. So that actually should be fairly correct, right? Because if we're running the walk AI, then we're forcing the direction. If we're running the, maybe we want to run flock AI and stuff at the end. But yeah, we're changing the direction for really anything. We're changing the altitude target, which really should only be getting used if it's flying or landing. And then right, so our flocking is only if it's over the minimum distance. Then we're using flocking, flock action. Right, and this is so they don't all fly away or whatever instantaneously or all land instantaneously. It's like they all do it within about 1.5 seconds, but not the exact same frame. Action, we'll see action, flock action, action land. So if it's flying or landing, then right, so if it's trying to fly or if it's trying to land, then override that and use the parent function, right? The leader. If it's trying to if the leader is flying, then we want to make the followers fly as well. I don't know if we're using this flocking boolean, but are we using that anywhere? Okay, so that's if the distance is over the max or we're flocking. I don't know if I should be defining flocking here though, really. I feel like, well, yeah, I guess that's fine. So if it's over the distance, then we start running this, and then we would swap it back to false sometimes. I think we do definitely want to run flock AI though at the end, because that's when we're overriding actions and stuff. So like here, run that at the end of this file. Here, run this at the end. I think this will be an improvement. I don't know if this will fix everything. Probably not. What is the set rotation? We got to look at that function. Because we're just trying to like modify the direction, and I want to make sure we are using the direction value. So set rotation should be basically randomizing the rotation that we're walking, which is correct and good. So we want to be modifying direction, so we're trying to move towards the leader. The only thing I don't know if is firing correctly is this, and we could just turn this off. So we're like always trying to get to the player, or the leader rather. So the distance is over max or flocking. Flocking is if the distance is over min. Right, so we're going to keep running this until we're within that minimum radius. This all looks right. I don't really know what I changed to make this work though. I put flock A at the end. What other change did I make? Did I do anything else? Not really. So I feel like I didn't change enough to make this all work, but maybe it'll be closer to getting it to working though. Well, that's interesting. The multi-chat thing for up in the corner of the stream, up above my cursor here, that doesn't show whatever they're called, like emojis or whatever. I don't know what they're called. It doesn't show kappa. Okay, so they're walking around. Let's, I guess, try to scare them, but I don't know if that's gonna work. It's working, believe it or not, better. If I scared the leader, I wonder if that would be better. I just don't know which one the leader is. I want them all to fly together. Okay, I'm assuming that one's the leader because that one's allowed to be free. However, yeah, so that's probably the leader. The rest are not. Obviously not really working, but let's try to figure this out. Okay, so again, looking at this, if it doesn't have a flock, then return, right? Because it's not a flock. We don't need to run flock AI. Then we have our delta time. I wonder if the delta time is useful. I don't know if that is actually a thing we even have in our AI worker. I hope we do. Yeah, we do. Okay, good. It might be fixed, but that's okay. Then we have our position and our target position and our flock properties, which is all correct. Our target position. All right, we're offsetting it. Okay, our target position is our parent. Then we're offsetting it with some random stuff. That's all correct. And then we do some stuff with noise, which is offsetting the Y position, which is only for flying. And then we set our altitude target to be that as well. This all looks so close to working. And then we have distance. There's a cat fighting outside again, but I don't think it's the cat that I feed. Maybe I should go check again. Maybe I should. I don't know. It sounds like the same cat last time, and it wasn't the one that I feed. So it's distracting me though. Fucking hell. I might want to get rid of this conditional just in case it's doing something weird, because I guess it's or flocking, not and flocking. So it should just run this if the distance is over this. Maybe we want to console log some of this. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. All is well. Okay. So what the hell is going on with this? I guess I want to be logging more. The AI is like the fly AI is the one that's like breaking, seems the most. And we have an altitude target, which can be changed slightly. Nothing should be resetting it because all of these should be small changes over time, and the only thing that we're trying to match is the thing in the flocking AI. And they should be matching the action. Like, how can the... Well, I guess it kind of makes sense how the action could be wrong in a small way. Not really, though. Let's look at game.world.as. I might do some of this off stream. Having 73, I don't know if that's a... Okay, it is. Alright, so let's look at this again. Whoops. So, I'd rather find one that was right next to me, but it's okay. So it has its flock. It has its flock properties. It's currently flocking because it's outside of the max and not with... They're both out. It's outside the max and the min, right? It's in that donut shaped... Well, it's outside of that donut shaped area. Fucking NPCs. Then we have these AIs. We can try to look at the AI on it. Shouldn't really matter. So it'll be the AI on it would be the action, right? So if we looked at... Hold on. So the fly AI. Running that on idle, running that on land, running that on... Wait, not fly AI. Flock AI. Running that on fly. On walk, I'm still running it at the beginning. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I don't think that's the only issue, but I guess we never really know. And last time, I think it was a small improvement by putting them at the end. Would that really be that big of a difference, though, for walk in particular? I don't think so. We'll do a hard refresh just because why not? I have no idea what this shit is. My birds are pretty much freaking out. Our post message, why? It's saying, what is the error? The error is... Oh, fuck off. Can't do that because it's too long. Okay. Uncaught rather. DOM exception. Failed to execute post message on worker. WebGL shader object could not be cloned. So it's trying to send a shader object. I don't really know why. That must be on not the ready turn zone though, because it happens so infrequently. It's got to be accidentally. I'm putting a shader object on one of the creations of entities, and then it tries to send that through to the AI worker, and then it can't be created. That shouldn't be the main issue that's going on, though. I mean, I don't think it's really related, and I don't think it would break these. It's probably the NPCs or something. I don't know. Okay, so these are still pretty broken. I want the animations. I might want to turn off scare on the main thread side. So I want the animations to constantly be synced to the AI worker. I don't want the main thread to really do anything except grab the AI worker and that's it. And that could be all we're doing, but I think there's still scare on them, which I don't really want. Maybe there's not, although if we look at, we got to go back to the main thread, but if we look at the main thread, and if I try to find, unfortunately it's going to be a bit of a pain, if we did u.get nearest entity, will that please hopefully be that turns on? Yeah, it is. And then if we look at the update function on it, yeah, I guess it doesn't. It just says update for network, discover, sync AI, and animate. So that's actually a good thing. And then if we look at, it won't have it on here, will it? Oh, it does have that. Why does it have, oh, because that's not for running the AI, that's just for synchronizing the AI, which should just get, our positions and rotations and stuff, right? And should get our action too. Well, for animation purposes. Where else would we be changing it? I think we are, but where are we setting the action? We're sending the action. I guess we're just doing that when we're syncing it up in I don't know exactly where, but we're sending it in here, right, with it. That means that somewhere we're assigning those values of target position and everything. So that just wherever that is, it's probably in web workers. If I look up AI, yeah, AI on message, then we do a set action with the action. We change the positions and the rotations. And if it doesn't exist on the main thread, then we tell it to delete it on the worker thread as well. And then we have a interval. It looks like, I don't know why I'm doing set time on there, but why are we doing set timeout? I think I mean to be doing an interval there, set interval. Not that it matters that much. And I don't want to have it on message. I guess just because it gets it back and then there's a delay. That's fine. But we're sending back the player's position or net position. So just the worker knows things about the outside world that's updating, such as the player position. So if we're never updating, it's very strange because if we're never updating the animation on the main thread, really, other than to match the action, right? That's all we're doing. Then the fact that we can see these flying, kind of, I mean, I guess it does still run scare though. Maybe scare should have flock on it. Maybe scare function should have flock AI function. It shouldn't need it, because if we look at the functions on the AI, right? So if we go back to our AI worker, and if we look at the, I don't know, what's it called? Well, we're running the updates, right, based off the action AI's action. So no matter what it is, as long as it's not on tree, right, then it should run flock AI. We have that on all the other AI, all the other actions. We have it on walk, we have it on fly, we have it on land, we have it on idle. Look at action. Action is 9. We can look at what that constant is for. I wish I could reverse look it up, but we can kind of just check our constants. Action walk is 9, yes. And I can't really reverse look it up because there's repeat values. I guess I put them in their own object that wasn't just constants. If we had constants.actions, then I can reverse look them up, but it's really not that big of a deal. So what the fuck? It doesn't really make sense, other than I'm not properly understanding. I mean, walking looks like it is kind of working, but it also is like changing the action for no reason sometimes. Maybe they don't all have the same parent, but they definitely should. If they don't all have the same leader, I guess that would break it. I could try to find that, but it's really hard to find that unless I guess I try to log it in the creation, I suppose. So that's under, I guess, spawns. Right, so let's look at what spawn says, right? We have a count. And if it's flock, where are we doing stuff with flocking? We have flock entity is false. And then if this spawn flock and flock entity, where are we swapping? Okay, that'll probably be at the end, I guess. Flock entity is that, right? So that kind of makes sense. So only for the first one. The first one we spawn in that count is the leader, right? And then if this would be on the second iterator, right? Hold on, I have a text. All right, so this would only be on the iterator after 0, right? Because this would never, flock entity would never result to true, because on the very first iteration of this, we have that set to false, and then later on we can set that back to true, and this is only on the very first one, right? Only at index 0 or iterator 0 are we allowing it to define a flock entity. And that's only if the spawn has a flock value on it, and then we have flock entity and the entity flock set to the entity itself. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be doing this bit here because the parent then, the parent is like the leader is following the leader as well. Maybe that's not great, but when I try to disable that, but I only disabled that on the main side. We can try disabling that. I don't think that will change things that much, but maybe it will. I guess it would maybe make sense where it was trying to do something weird. I don't know. It always seems like that one leader, though, is allowed to do whatever it wants anyway. So when I try to scare a pack, one of them like flies away perfectly fine, and the rest like are like, I don't know what to do. I can't fly. But maybe that has something to do with it. So then flock entity, right, is then set on, and then for that one we set its flock to, we set the properties on it. So this that spawn that flock must be a boolean to begin with. It must be. You would think. Can these fly away? Okay, that can fly away. Can this one fly away? That one can fly away too. But they're not flocking. They're independently doing their own thing. So what is this spawn? This spawn, I believe, is right, the properties. So if we looked at game.spawns.ready turns down, right? Probably not on AI worker, probably on the main thread. Oh, so annoying. Game.spawns.ready turnstone. We should have flock on here, which has true. Okay, that's fine. So then if that has that, then props.flock. This all seems fairly correct. And like we kind of made an improvement here because they're not freaking out anymore, but they're also not sticking together. It doesn't look like. And they're not scaring together at the same time. They're not flying together really. So not perfect. I kind of like that the parent doesn't have the flock on it. I can instead say like kind of want to have something on it that also tells it flock leader or something. I kind of want to be able to log that and see what's going on and just make sure it's only on that one and I understand what's happening. I don't know if leader is the right word. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so here's in the AIs again. I don't know what's happening. We don't want an action. Oh. Fuck off. Okay, well that could have been part of the issue. I don't even know why I had that line there. I guess because I was going to originally make an action, but I messed it up even more because I left constant action land for the flock AI. So that definitely wasn't helping. I don't know if that was the only issue. Well, we had to fix some other things anyway. So even if that fixes everything, we still had to do the things before that. So it's not that big of a deal. Okay. That looks good and promising. It looks like they're kind of weaving together, trying to stay in a fairly tight bunch. Scare 1, not so great. Scare 2. I mean, those... Are those trying to fly together in any way whatsoever? It looked like for the walking it was kind of working. Maybe they were still acting independently and just kind of happened to look like they were trying to stay together. Maybe we want to go back and still set it so... Okay, hold on. If the spawn is flock and the index I is 0, then we want to set the flock entity to, maybe not entity.flock, no, just to entity. And then over here, we want to set properties.flock to flock entity. Okay, that might be a bit better. Yeah, that looks right. Because that was sending through a value of undefined at that point. Okay. Wait for this to load. Okay, so here is a flock. They're pretty spread out, so I'm not 100% confident that's working. They kind of look like they're turning around once they get too far. And I think the parameters for the size of the flock are pretty large when they're not flying. So now if I scare one, okay, I can't scare that one, but it is resuming to walking, probably because it's not the leader. So it's kind of a good thing, but I want to be able to scare any of them, and then that makes them all fly. But if I can find the leader, hopefully they'll all follow that one. I just don't know which fucking one the leader is. Or maybe I'm just wrong. Because it looks like they all have tried to fly at some point. I mean, it kind of looks like they're trying to stay together. It's hard. I guess I could try to bring those radii down so they're like having to stay really, really tight together instead of like a loose clump, just for debugging purposes. It looks kind of accurate though. Okay, so on the walk AI, I want to change some things, right? On the walk AI, I want to say if it has flock, we don't want to randomly change our... Where are we doing that? We're randomly changing our actions, right? Somewhere. So in the fly AI, that's if it is landing, and then for controller, I don't know where we're ever swapping actions really, other than in flock. Scare, we are. And then if scare, if that has a flock attached to it, then the flock's action we're also making fly, and we're setting the altitude target of the one that we scared. But where are we randomly swapping actions? Because that's got to be somewhere in AI. Because otherwise, maybe we're not. I guess there's a chance that we're not. I was gonna say because otherwise, when they're walking, they can't ever go to flying really unless you scare them. But I guess that's the only place that we are doing that. So I guess that's correct. The weird bit is though, sometimes these try to fly on their own, and I don't know where it's getting that from. I'm probably missing something somewhere. So it's got to be under AI. I don't think it could be happening. I don't think. Well, we go to, I guess, animals. I mean, let's look at the code just for ruddy turnstone. Does that have its own update function? No. We can look at the code. Okay, for birds, shouldn't be really that either. So it should just be about scare. Is scare on a non-AI thing? Oh, this fucking code is so long. Okay, so in the entity, is there anything about scare? Or is it just in AI? This is, yeah, that's just in AI. So in theory, we should not be changing things. Although we should also have code somewhere that, like, if it's on walking, yeah, where is that code? If it's walking and it goes into water, we're supposed to be, I think, doing things about that. We have an avoid inclinations AI. I think that could be part of it. Set rotation, set incline rotation. Avoid inclines AI. If the action is walk, then we're just changing direction. Okay, so it's not that really either. Get surrounding elevation, set elevation. I just want this to work so bad. This is based off the rotation. Okay, this is an interesting thing. This is just using rotation, not direction. Where are we doing direction? Set rotation. That should have direction though, so it shouldn't be that, right? So rotation, and then if this, then we change our direction randomly. But in the follow flock AI thing, or whatever it's called, flock AI, that should be trying to get our rotation, our direction rather, to the right place. I guess when we're doing our set rotation, let's look at set rotation again. Hopefully, let's make sure we're calling that like in here as well. Yeah, we are. All right, so we have our rotation. We're lerping to our directions. All right, so we can like be fairly aggressive with this. We can change the exact value we want because it's going to lerp to it over a period of time, which in this case is 1 second, which is pretty loose. Which could be part of the reason why these packs are so loose, because it won't complete its turn to where it's trying to get to until a second of walking. I don't understand though why they're trying to fly and then they can't, and then they want to, and then they can't, and then they want to. Like what's up with that? So if they are flying, if they're flocking, we increase the speed, which is what we want, because we want them to be able to keep up with that that leader, right? And we should be setting flocking, which we are. This all looks so correct, and yet it doesn't fucking work. Is it not called this dot position to X? Is it like instead we're calling it like no, it's definitely called that. Show rotation. I guess I'll try to log more stuff. I just don't know what the hell I want to log. We'll log. To go over setting flock. Is this dot flock? I look at everything. Everything just looks so correct. I guess we want to see when we're changing it to fly. I don't know. It's so weird. I can try to have a watch value. So we run that watch debug tool on just a specific one, right? So I guess I need that open for a second, but hopefully not that big. So if we just try to run with this one, right? So I'm going to pause, try to be on top of that one. It definitely looks like they are trying to stay together now. So we're definitely making improvements. All right. So we're right on top of this one. So if I do a u.get nearest entity, right? That should give us that. Let's look at the NUID on there because that's all we really want. 1894. Okay. So now in AI worker, oh shit, I kind of want to watch it on the worker thread, but my tool won't do that. I don't even think that's that possible. I guess it is possible if we send the message back and forth every frame. I don't really want to do that. Shit. All right, so we just have to not be able to watch it update every frame. Just put it in ourselves every now and then. I mean, one way to watch it is just to like hold spacebar so it updates every space. It's like the hacky watch tool. And I don't know 100% what I want to be watching. Maybe the flock action. So the flock action is fly. Let's watch that though and see if that changes, because maybe that's what's going on is, okay, so that's consistently fly. So the leader is gone. Like it's like flying somewhere all the way out there in theory, because none of these are that consistently. In fact, we can get the position difference, right? So if we look at this position dot X, right? We'll just do it on just the x-axis, right? And we got the delta of that for the flock's position x, right? That leader. Oh, okay. They're not gone. I lied. So that one's staying close by. We can do a math.distance on that. Yeah, let's do a math.distance vector on there, comparing the position and the flock's position. So math.distance vector. I mean, it really should be close because that's what one axis is doing. So the other axis should be doing the same thing. But all right. So then the flock distance, yeah, 8 units, 7 units, 6 units, 5 units, 6 units, 7 units, 8 units, 9 units, 10 units, 9 units, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3. So yeah, it's going within a range. It's trying to stick to the leader, right? Now, interestingly, the leader's action is not changing, right? If we look at, so that is always 11. So that's a very interesting thing to see. Now let's look at the action of the entity, right? That one is swapping between several different ones. So the leader that's supposed to be flying is not really. And that kind of explains some of what's going wrong. I also want to just, again, try to manually scale these just to see. Yeah, so the same thing happens, right? Okay, so this is informative. This is good. I also want to just check real quick that the flock property, right, does not have flock itself. It has flock leader, but it does not have flock itself. Okay, that's a good thing, because then it should just be able to behave however it should normally behave, right? It should just be its own bird. It should ignore the flock. Only the followers should worry about anything. So that would mean that it does not have the soft lock, so it should return on the flock AI, right? Yep, that's undefined. So this line should return, so it shouldn't run that on the leader. The leader looks like that's what's the issue though. It shouldn't have flocking on it either. It should just have flock leader. Okay, so it doesn't have flocking on it either. That's good. Why is it not behaving like a ready turnstone? So the other ones, I mean, we can define it here and just see it. This fixes things, right? I don't actually know. I was going to say, I don't think it will, but it could. So we're going to give the parent back. So that'd be the flock dot flock. And we're setting it like that. Nope. Okay. That didn't make a difference. And I mean, that's okay. It shouldn't matter if that's there anyway. We can turn off flock on them entirely. I kind of want, but we've seen them fly away. We know they can. So why is now the leader can't fly away? So it's on. Okay, hold on. New idea. Although we don't have animations on here. Okay, so this is its leader, right? And if we look at the action is 11. I want to make sure that is fly. I'm pretty sure it was, but I could be misremembering. So that's for contents action fly. That is 11. So the leader thinks it's flying, but it's not. I don't think I can really easily look at the animation because that's on the main thread side. We can bring it back and watch it on the main thread, but let's just see for a second. So that'll be for the flock.action, right? And then let's look at the animation. It actually does have some information. So is one of them not moving its legs? Because it seems like it's using idle. It's hard to tell that though. Also, I'm not 100% sure that idle animation also doesn't move its legs. I feel like it might. So that makes things hard. Let's look at the animation for this one itself though. Oh, I'm still in AI worker. I want to be on main thread. Okay, let's try that again. engine.nuids.animation. Okay, so it's doing fly, walk, which is what we've been seeing. And then let's look at it for the parent, right? That one should be steady walk. Because it's not swapping between them. Right, so that one's just walk. However, the action is set to fly. So in theory, the leader is the one with the issue. We can try to look at the action here. Okay, so the action on the main side, on the main thread is walk. So there's some sort of weird disconnect for the leader between, I don't know why, between the main thread and the worker thread. So let's go back to spawns, see what weird shit I'm doing. Let's see where I'm setting the message. If we're doing an add AI, right? It should have an NUID all good at that point. And that's that's only for the new type. They should all be new type on ready turnstones. I can try to log what goes through there because maybe it's doing something like this, but it definitely shouldn't be. This dot spawn, right? Because if we just look at the spawn, right? Because that's easy to look at. That'd be the game.spawn set ready turnstone, right? Which is new true, so it shouldn't be that so much. Then if we're within the spawn rate, it's a spawning one. I don't know what spawn light is. It's well, that's a light threshold, right? Of how bright it needs to be, how much daytime it needs to be to spawn certain animals, because certain animals will only spawn at night, some will only at daytime. Right. So then we have a count here. Flock entity is false by default, even if it is a flock, because the parent won't know about that, won't have that. And then we have these properties. We're cloning the object properties, and it works well. And then props.flock is our flock entity. And we have name and prop position. This all looks correct. I mean, everything looks correct. This won't fucking work. In theory. Okay, so then let's go back to web workers, where we should be setting everything back. Maybe we want a console log. Maybe we're deleting. No, we're not deleting the AI. We know the AI is there. So then if we know it's on both sides, which we basically do, then we have an entity and we want to set the action to the action we pass through and set the position and set the rotation. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. So also, are we sending those through as individual messages? I probably shouldn't be doing that. I should probably be sending them through as one big message. Oh no, it is one big message. Okay, good. Maybe we have a weird offset, but I don't think so. Could that be part of it? Because the other ones are working though, right? And we aren't doing scare. Like, you know, the insect is working, right? If we walk up to an insect, it scares, it flies, it works. Maybe there's some sort of weird offset on this side, but I really don't think so. I guess we can console log the entity. I guess the action we're sending is 11. You can look at the set action code, I guess. It's so weird. It's really, really bizarre. So I'll be in animals. Maybe I'll do this off stream. This is probably not the most entertaining thing to watch. What's my uptime at? Not that long. So it just looks so nice. It would just fucking work. I guess if the parent is starting on fly, but still then it won't swap the action. No, but it should, because we're sending through action 11. It's not like updating. It's so fucking weird. It's really fucking weird. It's just these entities, right? Because if here's a bug on the rock. I mean, I know it looks like shit because it's not rotated correctly, but I believe the scaring, right? So if I walk up to it flies properly, it's flying away, it's wonderful. I believe all of that is happening on the web worker side. In the AI worker. Don't think we have anything about scare any longer on the main thread. It's all we know this. Like, we looked at the update functions. I guess I could look at for insects specifically, but oh, you know what? Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea necessarily. Not this. Because we do have a custom sound effect for insects flying away as well, right? So, not there. Okay, so our insect here, for set action, right? That's checking if we did set the action, and then if we did, we just run a custom sound. So that's not the reason either. That's not doing anything special. All right, I'm gonna do a hard refresh in case something changed weird in between. I don't know. I didn't really change much though. This is so weird. I gotta adjust the microphone. Hold on. I guess I'll try to mute it this way. Oh, the mute button never fucking works on this thing. Okay. I just don't get it. Everything is right, and yet nothing works. Where are... Okay, so here's some right turn zones. They're doing something weird. Spinning around. Being little assholes. So it kind of looks like... I don't even know. I don't know what would cause that. This one's not freaking out, so maybe that's... No, sometimes they don't freak out. Unless there's 2 packs here. And then the ones not freaking out are the 2 liters. This one, I don't think... Oh, it's still doing some weird shit. That makes it kind of look like it's updating the distance, the direction maybe too aggressively. However... Okay, and they don't start flying. Okay, that's good. They don't start flying until I try to get it to fly, and then it does weird shit. So it's like it doesn't have the right leader attached to it. Although when I go into console, right, and I try to find the I log everything. I don't know where the hell my AI worker is because Chrome fucking sucks. Okay. Game.world.ais. In fact, maybe I'll find one that's near me. It doesn't matter. They should all be the same, right? So if we just grab a random one of these, like 20, that's hopefully a right turn zone. It's not. 30. Hopefully this one's a right turn zone. It isn't. God damn it. All right, let's look through here so I can pick one. That's a right turn zone. Okay, so that is for 66. Right. So let's bring this big, right? Let's look at the NUID on that one, right? NUID, right? That's 6900, right? And then if you look at the flock on it, right? So that's the parent dot NUID, something different. That's good. So then we'll start looking at engine UIDs, right? So it's 6900 and 6869 or 6896. So then we want to look at the engine.nuids at those positions. Engine.nuids, this one and this one. Okay. What do I want to look about each one? I don't really know. Well, we know that they don't try to fly until we run scare, right? So that's something we can look at. That's informative, right? So only, I don't know where he went, but only one of these should be doing a weird flappy thing with its wings. It might be, maybe it fixes itself too, though. Okay, so scare this one, it's flapping its wings, and then it kind of lands, but then it tries to flap its wings again. I want to know if it ever fixes itself. Not that that really tells me a lot, but I'm just curious. It looks like that one is permanently freaking out. Yeah, it's still flapping. Okay, so that's like kind of something that we can look off of, right? So that's off of scare, right? That's a scare function doing that. It just seems like they're not getting the messages back. I think that's the main issue. It's not, something's not coming back from the worker to the main thread. Not an AI worker in animal. We want to go way up to the top here. How do I page up? It's annoying. It's better off just grabbing the scroll bar. Okay. So not these because that's this. The AI is what we're looking for. That was on the entity, not the AI. So update, we run scare, and then we run the AI that is for the current action. If we scare it, the AI should go to fly, right? In fly, I guess this kind of makes sense, but I don't know why it starts doing weird stuff. Then it's trying to land and fly and land and fly. Okay, that's, I guess, fine. But it should first switch to land, then which should switch it to walk, right? I think. Yeah. Land, runs, fly. Oh, so maybe we shouldn't have flock AI here. No, we definitely shouldn't. So maybe that was part of the issue. I still don't think that's the issue, but maybe that's part of the issue. Which means, what does that mean? That's just to have an action on it. Okay, that's fine. Because it won't call it within itself. That's just to have that action, and we don't want to rewrite it. And fly AI handles landing and flying. Okay, so and that sets this. Once we are landed, we set our action to walk. So maybe that was part of the issue. It should be fine if we call flock AI twice though, because it's doing it every frame anyway on each entity. So doing it twice, it's not an issue. It's just like as if we were simulating 2 frames in one. Right, so that sets our action to walk, which then should no longer go back to fly because that goes back to our default action. And this should never call fly. So why is it trying to freak out and do things twice? I don't really know. Maybe that little fix in calling flock AI will help with this. I don't know. I want to look at flock AI again and just make sure like it understands the leader and everything, which I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. So maybe I want to name this variable to leader as well. But we have a position and we have a target position. The position is the position of the entity. The target position is the leader's position. We have our flock properties, which is basically, the range that they're allowed to, the size of our flock, right? So for different animals, they'll have different size flocks, also for different actions. So a flock might be looser on the ground, but tighter in flight or something like that. That's applying that offset with that range. And we're changing our target position. And then we add some noise to the altitude. And then we calculate a distance. So that distance is over the max allowed distance or flocking. Then we have a target direction, which is calculating the direction difference, basically, right? And trying to set our direction to go towards our flock. And then we do something similar at altitude. So this is just like 2-dimensional, right? This is just X and Z. And then for the Y, if we're flying, we're setting our altitude, right? To try to match everything. Now, if our action is fly and our altitude is target is below 0.25, then we set our action to land. Maybe I don't want to do it that. This might be something I don't do. And then if our flocking distance, or we're setting flocking to be a distance over minimum, so that's like to make this run again, right? In theory, we can just have or dist is over min, right? And either one of those would work, I guess. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me. I guess maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. It seems strange to me. It doesn't matter. If we run it every frame, it should work. I don't know. It's so weird. And then if our leader's action is fly, then we want to start making all the others fly. Maybe, but our leader should, if our leader is flying, right, it would fly away faster, right? It would go wherever it wants. So then this distance eventually should go over the max, right? So like even if that wasn't instantaneous, that should be fine because eventually it's going to fly away. We can move this code outside this distance check. And then we have if the action is fly and the parent is landing, then we want to make all of them land. Maybe I'll move this outside. I can't see that doing much harm. I may also want to have one of these randomizers on the landing function. So if the flock action, if the leader is flying, we want to randomly start all the other birds in the flock to fly. And if the bird is flying, but the leader is landing, then we want to set all the birds to land. But it still isn't going to work. I mean, like I was saying, maybe we're setting the direction too aggressively, but we should at least see, at the very least, we should see the leader doing its own thing correctly, which it's not, and we should also see them matching their action, even if they're like rotating weird and like spinning and doing weird shit. If one is flying, they should all be flying. If one is walking, they should all be walking, basically. Alright, so they're still doing their weird spinny shit. I'm fine with that. However, I'm not fine with that. The fuck? I don't understand this. Maybe I'm like in the... No, I can't be in the wrong spot, right? It's got to be using these functions, right? Watch them just like updating the newer part of the code and they're responding with the old code. But I'm changing things here and we're changing the entity. So it definitely, I don't think it should be this. That would be a waste of fucking time if that was the case. I mean, we're looking at it in console. And we're looking at their functions and stuff, right? I guess I'm not really looking at the flock AI function, but it should be working. It's definitely should be working. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not using... Hold on. Let's do something crazy, right? And just have it so, like, I don't fucking know. Let's just, like, change their position so they're all floating, just to make sure this is, like, any of this is working, right? Where do we want to update the position? Fuck if I know. Where are we adjusting? That's for the set elevation, right? This one here, when you're doing steps and stuff. All right, let's set the target. I guess let's just add like 4 to this, just to make sure like we're doing some amount of change here. So we should have hopefully floating birds walking around in the sky. I think I might try to fix this off stream because I don't know. This is just, it's tough. I didn't think this would take so long because I'm looking at the code and it's all fucking correct. But clearly I'll probably end up being... Okay, so that's working, right? We have our nice floating birds. Just as I want it. Just as I ordered. And interestingly, they're also not doing their spinning. What the fuck? Why would they not do their spinning? Hold on. I mean, they're still not working. But they're not doing their weird ass spinning. So if I can find the leader in this and make the leader fly, will this work? It's a pain in the ass to do this. Where the fuck are these birds? I also have no idea up there. Okay. Although I think I scared the entire flock. I think, yeah. And they're still not working. Unless that's the leader. But they're not really following that leader too well if that's the case. Shit. Okay, so in theory that's the leader and that's why that one's flying fine. Why are all the fucking followers not following? Maybe, okay, new idea. I don't know if the shader lets me change colors on these. Let's look at it. It's a animation vertex, right? If we can, I want to color code the leader and the followers, right? It doesn't currently let me do that, but I can rewrite the shader very, very quickly to allow that. And I believe they should be using the animation vertex thing. Let's go onto our main thread and try to log. I gotta be nearby one of these entities. Hold on. Okay, so hopefully that's near enough to me. So now if I did u.get nearest entity, okay, good. So we want to look at the program ID is 14. So if we looked at our constants dot, what is it, shader or program or something, shader, I think we're using animated palette on that one. Yeah, 14. Okay, so using animation palette. If we go into shaders and look at animation palette, can't type with this keyboard. Okay, so we are using animation vertex. That is good-ish news. Let's look at the palette though and make sure it's using vColor. It definitely should be using vColor of what it gets imported with, I think. Yeah. Okay, so with that means we can go into animation vertex, yeah. And then we want to have a uniform here that has uColor, and then I want to just multiply color by uColor to get vColor. And then I need to, on spawn, right? With spawns, I need to set their colors. So our main entity dot color, right, is going to be, I don't know, glowing as fuck white, I guess. And our other ones, whoops, too many. Our other ones I'll make red. Those don't even need to be colored really, but you know, why not? So that's here. Just space this out so I can do other things with it. Props dot color is 100. In fact, I probably can make these negative, so it's going to be like solid fucking red. I don't know if that's how that works. Also, let's make this, yeah, I want this to be like solid red and solid white. Also, am I still raising them 4 units off the ground? That was in here. Yes, I am. I wonder when I have this finally fixed how stupid it will be, and we'll be like, oh, I accidentally left that line there. Just spent 3 hours, you know, it's gonna be something like that. It always is. Okay. Where the fuck is my player? Oh, because animation vertex is now expecting uColor? Is that the issue? How did I break that? Animation vertex. Maybe I need to do color RGB. What is color? It's color vector. That's fine. Oh, in the uniform vec2, vec3. Whoopsies. So now if we do a u.reload shaders, now we should be able to see our animation entities. Yeah, so we see our player, and hopefully we will see red and white turnstones. The white one is the leader, the red one is the follower. Okay, that's good. I was hoping the red multiplication would be better. Maybe, okay. I guess we can't go above those values, but this is the leader because he's not red. And then this is our followers. So test this out, right? Then that one. What is going the fuck on with these cats outside? Are they squirrels? What is? I don't like this. Animals fighting out my window. All right, I'll be right back. Why does today have to be so fucking weird? All right, I gotta adjust my microphone. Sorry, this is terrible noises. Oh, jeez. Jesus Christ. All right. I lost the leader. I guess it flew away. I don't even remember what was happening here. I'm probably gonna end this stream soon. I thought this would be so easy. I mean, we got some relaxed stuff done in the beginning, right? So that was nice. Okay, so the leader is working, which is expected. I'm gonna work on this off stream. Maybe I'll be back later today. Maybe I'll be back, tomorrow. I don't know. All right, so yeah, there we go. They're not really following the leader. They're just fucking spinning in circles. Maybe that has to do. It's so weird. If the leader is flying, it doesn't even update those at all. All right, yeah, I'm gonna work on this off stream. I'm gonna take a break, come back, work on it off stream, and then hopefully I'll figure out what I want to do for the next stream and everything. But thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you soon.